Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I love to hear all the chitter chatter that's happening. We're going to get our program started. About this mic. Good morning and welcome to our inaugural Future of Work conference hosted by Pasadena City College and the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. Yes. My name is Salvatrice Cuomo, and I serve as the Executive Director for Pasadena City College Economic and Workforce Development Division. I'm excited to welcome all of you to our campus today for what I expect to be a lively and meaningful discussion on how academia, industry, and better address the many challenges and opportunities. The conference is just the beginning of an effort on behalf of Pasadena City College and our partner, the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership, to better understand and develop innovative solutions to our work here in the San Gabriel Valley area. I'm incredibly thankful to all of you who took the time out of your break forward on additional initiatives. I invite you to collaborate with us on this. So, feel free to text your colleagues and let them know that they can live stream the event. And also, if you're on social media, feel free to hashtag us. I encourage you to share your thoughts and feedback. So as I mentioned a moment ago, social media is very, very important. Also around the room, we have our podcast interviewers. So they're gonna walk around with these cute little fuzzy recorders, so don't be afraid of them. But during the breaks, they'll be reaching out to you and asking for. Before we get our program underway, we have a few people here that I would like to have you help me welcome. Let me bring to the podium Bill Maness. Bill Maness is our president and CEO of the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. I would like to personally thank Bill and the partnership for their support, signing and implementing today's conference, and with our future of work-related initiatives that we have. Join me in welcoming Bill Maness.
Salvatrice. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Maness, and I do serve as the president. Our job is to help all 31 cities. Our partnership with PCC and the Bill on this event really helped to bring our regional workforce development needs into focus. Last 4 months, we have held multiple roundtables and targeted specific industry sectors to help identify and better understand gaps of the various gaps they're facing. Our roundtable discussions will be wonderful speakers and from different industries who will discuss workforce development trends and how organizations can work together to overcome talent gaps and better align industry needs to
At this time, I would like to bring up to the podium a very special guest, a champion to the San Gabriel Valley area, our representative in California Assembly. Please help me welcome Assembly Member Chris Holden.
Morning. Pleasure to be here with you and to join with all of those who have put in such a great effort to make this event happen today, but timely. I'm pleased to be here and welcome you. Dr. Andrijanis, and great work, and certainly with the board at Pasadena City College. You have a great team, and you're doing great things and thinking about the future, and that's very important. For your insight and vision in inaugural event. And let me also recognize the partnership with those who are workforce opportunities and education. Thinking about the future of work does require that we think about the future of our young people, how they will make their way in this world, and how we can support them on their journey. It is imperative that we partner with industry and to understand the direction that business is toward how work is done, as with increasing use of automation and its impact on the workforce, as well as with materials we use. For example, new jobs created in the building industry installing solar panels. New job development will increase as we integrate into our work framework the notions of sustainability and protecting the environment. Can our work be without the traditional office, the work from home, more environmentally sound, but is it something lost without being able to work side by side with one another? So, it is not just the type of work we will do in the future, how we will work. Also the matter of social justice and quality of life for all workers. Do we just accept that there will always be some workers who will get stuck in low-wage jobs? Or do we adopt a culture to lifelong learning and foster continuing education? Can we collaborate as industry, academia, provide the necessary leadership and resources to meet the needs of a work? Challenges are before us. The U.S. Department of Labor Employment Outlook statistics inform us employment growth in STEM occupations at 10.9% is among the fastest growing areas. This growth rate is expected to result in 1 million new jobs between 2016 and 2026. Rare examples are information security analysts, with 30% growth projected over the next 10 years. Pay is projected at over 98,000. Preparing our students for employment and other fast-growing occupations with high wages include the life, physical, and social sciences. For example, physician assistants, occupations which have growth rates of 31% and 28%. Minimum wage projection for these occupations is upwards. Addressing head-on the opportunity to meet the needs of high school students, I was 88 in 2015, created the College and Career Access Pathways Act. Known as dual enrollment, this legislation authorized community colleges and school districts to partner to allow high school students to earn college. This program, it is feasible that a student can graduate high school and sophomore or even. The program was designed to support those students who might not otherwise have college in their sights or who are underrepresented in higher education. The program is underway in Pasadena's John Muir High School and quite frankly throughout the state. This year I successfully introduced Assembly Bill authorization 5 years past its initial 2022 census. I would also say that in the process of getting deeper and evaluating and understanding the importance of dual enrollment, we recognized that in high school there were DACA students who were not able to take college credits under this program. And so we passed a bill that allowed the DACA students to also have access to dual enrollment as well. As we move forward to strive for ways to prepare tomorrow's workforce, I look to educators and industry leaders such as yourselves to bring forth your ideas. We are welcoming your ideas. And as I say, dual enrollment was not my idea. It was taking a concept and ideas that had been out there and that you brought forward, and we put them forward through legislation to make them work, because that's the role that we can play. Move the clog like a plumber and then get out of the way. And so we look forward to your ideas moving forward. In closing, I thank you for the opportunity for me to add my thoughts and insights to this program this morning. I congratulate you on understanding and recognizing the importance and timeliness of this gathering, and I look forward to being a partner myself with you in the years to come. Thank you. We'll have to get a budget augmentation.
Give a round of applause. Thank you so much. And now to get our conference program officially underway, please allow me to welcome our college champion, someone whose support was essential to producing today's conference, my boss and President Superintendent of Pasadena City College, Dr. Erica Androgenis.
Thank you, Salvatrice. Good morning, everyone. All right. Thank you so much for being here. It is absolutely my honor to come up here and welcome you. It's always a hard act to follow Assemblyman Holden, but I'll do my best. I want to welcome everyone here, and I want to just take a moment to call out some pretty important folks here in the audience. We have some of our trustees here. So we have Ms. Berlinda Brown. Yay. Ms. Linda Waugh. And I saw Hoyt. Hoyt's here somewhere, right? There he is. All right, Hoyt. Okay. So those are three very hardworking trustees here for the Pasadena Area Community College District. I would be remiss if I didn't point out we have another trustee in the room, and my former boss, Mike Fong from the LA Community College District Board of Trustees. And Mike has worked tirelessly in the city of Los Angeles on work and employment, so I'm really happy to see that he came here. He managed to get into the San Gabriel Valley to come help us, so thank you. You know, I started out my life in the California Community College system as the Career and Technical Education Dean at Santa Barbara City College. And there I had 3 divisions, 28 programs, you know, did the federal, state grants, and economic and workforce development. And so, and I'm completely unqualified for that with a PhD in history, but still it worked out. But I will tell you that it is near and dear to my heart that you're all here, that that the call went out for a conference on the future of work, and you all said, yes, that's where I want to be on November 12th, because what it says is that you're as interested and passionate about economic and workforce development, and specifically about work, as we are here at Pasadena, and as I am personally. And you know, it's no secret that Pasadena City College is very well known for our transfer statistics. We'll be honored on Thursday night as a champion of education. We've been a top 10 finisher for the Aspen Institute Prize for 2 cycles. We're now in the top 150 for this next cycle, which is great, and there's a huge emphasis there on getting students to be successful. But what folks don't actually know about that whole Aspen push is that there is actually a very significant career and a job piece to it. And we are very much invested in it. Our opening up the Robert G. Freeman Center, Career Center and Completion Center is part of our big push. And so it's really exciting for us to be here because we're going to learn a lot from what you all have to say today, as well as from what our speakers have to say. And I'm really happy I'll be coming back at 1 o'clock to moderate a panel on the future of work. This topic's also near and dear to my heart because I have a 14-year-old. And I have a 14-year-old who's really interested in math and science, but since all of her cousins are engineers, she announced the other day, I am not going to be an engineer. Like, well, what do you want to do? I don't know. And that's the beauty of it, because over the next 5 to 10 years, there are jobs out there that are STEM related, and as Assemblyman Holden noted, that field is exploding, but there are jobs out there we don't even know what those jobs are. And so what we are called to do as a community college is figure out how do we train the next generation of workers to be anything the work and the employment field needs them to be. What are those skills, and how do we make sure everybody who leaves here has what they need, whether they go to a 4-year institution to finish a bachelor's degree first, or they go right into the workplace. And we're very much dedicated and focused on that here. In fact, I have an executive committee meeting in about 5 minutes, and one of the things I'm going to be doing there is signing off approval to have a second career and technical education dean at this college, because our programs are too big. That's right. Because our push is too big. Our programs need so much more, and Dr. Kiotis over there, who's our amazing CTE dean, you know what? She has a lot on her plate, and we need to add more to that. And so with that, we need to add more to it by taking some off so we can add more. You know how that works, right? So anyway, with that, I just want to say welcome. Thank you so much for coming. This is really important to Pasadena City College, and have a great morning, and I really look forward to coming back this afternoon at 1 to moderate that panel. This is all good stuff. And remember, 50% of the mission of the California Community Colleges is economic and workforce development. So you're here right where the action is. Have a great morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Najonis. Thank you. Thanks again. See you at 1. Next on today's agenda, we are excited to bring to the podium our morning speaker, Mr. Jorge Orozco. Jorge is the Chief Executive Officer for LA County USC Medical Center, one of the largest, most complex hospitals in the United States, and a major employer here in the region. We are excited to have him here today, share more about LA County USC Medical Center and his thoughts on future of work for his institution and for the region. Please help me welcome Mr. Jorge Orozco.
Morning, everyone. So nice to see everyone after a 3-day weekend. I really want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here to speak and address a group that really is in position to influence the pipeline of workforce for many industries. And I really don't pretend to be a workforce expert. I'm really here honored for this opportunity to share my own perspective in healthcare. And as CEO of one of the largest, most complex, and important hospitals in, let's see. So LA County USC Medical Center has been serving our community since 1887. You see a picture of the Sisters of Charity, first hospital, and then the iconic General Hospital that is still on our campus. But today, currently have 10,000 employees and an annual budget of $1.6 billion. We're a level 1 trauma center, serving about 35% of trauma runs all over LA County. We have a level 3 neonatal ICU, one of 7 in the county. We have one of the largest burn units, one of 3 in the county. We do over 30,000 inpatient discharges, 160,000 emergency room visits, and 500,000 outpatient visits. All of this means nothing to any of you, but it's all to say that it's a big place. And if you think we are the county hospital of old, the provider of last resort, the place no one comes to unless you have no insurance and nowhere else to go. The landscape for public hospitals in this country has really changed drastically, especially since Obamacare. And I want to share with you a slide that illustrates this. So pre-Obamacare, you look at the orange slice of the pie, we had about 40% uninsured patients in our hospital. Then post-Obamacare, the growth really has been the expansion of the Medicaid program, the Medi-Cal program here in California. And so this really just shows that for us to survive and for us to thrive as a medical center, even in the public sector, people have to choose us. The majority of the pie post-Obamacare have a choice. And the majority of those in the Medi-Cal in the red slice are assigned to Medi-Cal HMOs, which means you have to choose your doctor, you have to choose your hospital, like many of us in terms of our coverage. So, yes, I think about hiring the right people every day. Make sure that we remain a provider of choice in our community. Let me ask you all a question. What type of health care would you expect for your children and your average health care? How many would like average health care? Good health care. How about the best health care, right? For me, this job goes deeper than just being a job. It's very personal for me because I grew up in Boyle Heights, where LA County USC Medical Center is. Yay for Boyle Heights. Woo-hoo. We got some Boyle Heights people here. My immediate family depended on this hospital for care. My friends, my neighbors, and just like you, I will not accept anything but the best of care for this community. And so what I want to accomplish in my time at the medical center, which really drives the type of people that I'm looking for, is to deliver world-class care that is responsive to a world-class community. And responsive to a world-class community means that we engage the community and ask, what are your needs? What do you need to remain healthy in your community? The response that I've heard was not really what I expected. Responses have been, we need affordable housing, better education, oppressed, we are poor. World-class care means that our hospital will need to transform from a traditional model of healthcare that delivers care that is hospital-centric, that is reactive to injuries or illnesses, that says, "Come to us, we'll heal you when you're ill." It needs to transform to a model that recognizes that the health of a person in a community is largely driven not by their illnesses, but by social factors that are not traditionally addressed by medical centers. That if you are poor, depressed, and hungry, no matter how great a medicine we prescribe, you will not take that medicine. You will not be healthy. We need to do two things to address this. First, we need to create meaningful partnerships with our community and with organizations that can help us with housing, with food insecurities, with mental health, with substance use. And second, we need a workforce that deeply understands and relates to the challenges of our community. So we need to attract employees not only with superior technical skills required to deliver clinical care, but we need to train the best doctors and health professionals that reflect the population that we serve and have a deep commitment and respect for this community. We need employees who speak Spanish because 60% of the population that we serve does not speak English. We need individuals with knowledge and skills to address the social and cultural determinants of health. This means that they too have lived experiences that reflect the community that we serve. So I want to illustrate this with some real examples in my world. Before I started at LA County USC Medical Center, I was CEO at Rancho Los Amigos National Rehabilitation Center for 10 years. And Rancho is a hospital that's dedicated to neurologic rehabilitation. These are patients with life-changing injuries or illnesses, spinal cord injuries, brain injuries, strokes. So imagine a 22-year-old college student who just a month ago got in a car accident and is now paralyzed from the waist down and will never walk again. I, as a physical therapist, walked into his room to train him how to get in and out of his wheelchair, up and down curbs, in and out of a car. And he tells me, "You don't know what I'm going through. I am never going to walk again. Get out." So I might have had the technical knowledge as a physical therapist, but I did not have the lived experience to be effective. And we recognized at Rancho that our clinical staff largely did not reflect the population that we were serving. In times of life experiences and in terms of relating to the challenges of living with a disability. So, what did we do? We trained and hired peer mentors, also known as promotoras. They're 50 former patients who have demonstrated that they're living successfully with their disability. And we embedded them in clinical services across the hospital. Now, these peer experts can have a conversation with the patient. I know what you're going through. Let me show you how I drive. Let me show you how I went back to school after the same injury and how I got married and now have 2 kids. One of the areas of skilled need that we have at the medical center is with nursing attendants. In partnership with Los Angeles County Workforce Development, Aging, and Community Services, also known as WEDAX, and local vocational schools, we created a pipeline to produce nursing attendants who are from our community, are bilingual, and are trained to meet the needs of our facility. We collaborated with the college to customize curricula. We participated along with the college and interviewed and selected individuals who possessed the desired skill. We targeted residents, local residents, who are receiving public assistance. It's important to point out that in addition to offering the opportunity for residents who are economically disadvantaged, these individuals bring real lived experiences that allow us to deliver a higher level of connectedness and empathy to the patients that we serve. Finally, we guaranteed full-time county employment upon completion of the program. The last 1.5 years, our medical center has hired 114 nursing attendants from this program. Now, employees in healthcare, and I think the healthcare people in the audience can relate to that, also need new skills beyond their technical training. The highest level performing healthcare organizations hire people not only to do their job, but also to improve how their job is being done. Not only doing their job, but also improving how their job is being done. So a registration clerk's job is not only to register patients, but also how to improve the process of registering patients. And this is done through the application of performance improvement methodologies or improvement science. These tools like Lean Six Sigma started in manufacturing and specifically with Toyota, and basically involve line staff analyzing processes, identifying and eliminating waste from those processes, and implementing change to improve those processes. This skill set is very desirable to me in any job. And it's a skill set that doesn't really exist. People graduating from programs do not arrive at a medical center with this skill set. And medical centers are very complex places that require this continuous process improvement and quality improvement in all areas. So ideally, our workforce will be trained and proficient in improving the processes that they do. And this is something that could be readily integrated into community college, vocational school training. This is a picture of our Quality Academy, because the workforce does not come with these skills. We are investing in developing these skills of our employees. This academy is open to any employee. It's a 6-month program that meets 4 hours, 2 times per month, and requires the students to conduct an improvement project in their work area. To date, we've trained 265 staff at the medical center. Now, this is great success, 265 staff, but we have 10,000 employees. So we're not there yet. Now, currently we employ 1,000 resident physicians who are training in their specialty. These are physicians who interact most with our patients. We've been talking about a workforce that is reflective of the population that we serve. So the population that we serve is 66% Hispanic Latino, 18% Asian American, 8% African American, 4% other. Oh no, that's the Asian one. And you compare that to our resident population. See a huge difference in terms of lived experience, relatedness to the population that we serve. This needs to change. But the pipeline of graduating underrepresented medical students is very small. And so the net that we need to cast as a medical center needs to be much wider than the local Southern California graduating medical population. And in order to do that, and we've started discussions with USC about how best to do that, we have to address housing. How are you going to attract someone to move from the Midwest, California, if you're not going to address housing issues? But we're committed to making this change happen. So the reality is the type of people that I need to provide world-class care are difficult to find. So innovative partnerships between hospitals and educational institutions are helpful in creating pipelines of individuals with the skill set that I and other employers are looking for. In conclusion, I hope my insights have informed your thinking about the type of skills that I'm looking for to meet our community needs, and I invite you to reach out to establish these kinds of partnerships. Help us to provide world-class care. Thank you. We have time for questions? Sure. Thoughts, questions? So, hello. So the Quality Academy focuses on a few things. So one is the analysis of processes is one, where you look at, say, a registration process, and you map out all the steps. You identify which of those steps add value to the patient, and which of those steps are wasteful, and then you try to redesign that process. You learn how to implement small changes within processes, and then do these quick cycles of change within a process. You learn about doing run charts on data to differentiate what is a true change to a process versus what is random variation to a process. So those are the types of things that, and then the students do a project, a real project in the hospital, and they're mentored by individuals who are much more skilled at this. Welcome. Question in the back. Yeah, so I don't know if everyone heard the question. So looking at the demographics of our residents and fellows, have we ever thought about opening up residencies for nurse practitioners and physician assistants, sort of? Yes. We have. And it's interesting, in hospitals, sort of the lower paid positions typically are much more diverse than the higher paid professionals. And so I think nurse practitioners and PAs really offer an opportunity to change how medical care is delivered in a way that gets you closer to this need. Love the question. Do we have a diversity inclusion program? focused on this. We're the county. We don't. That's like too progressive for the county. We would love that. But I will say that we have leaders in the hospital who are passionate about integrating this issue in everything that they do. And I think that goes a very, very long way.
Hello. I'm on this side, actually. I'm not going to wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna say something really quickly.
Yeah.
First off, thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
My name is James Aragon. I'm actually a commissioner for the city of Pasadena, and I also happen to work on this campus as a counselor and faculty member. But in my role today as commissioner, I'm strictly going to hold our college accountable and say that I've been here for this faculty member I know has been here for 25 years. The campus has made some strides in regards to diversifying our faculty and our administration. Minimal strides. And I'm holding this campus accountable because they are my constituents. We have board members here, we have administrators here. There needs to be programs at this college that are in place that are mentoring our own brown students, our own Asian students, our own gay students to be taking their place. And I've waited years for this to happen. So, as someone who comes from an institution that in its existence is not meant for us, it's just not meant for us. So how do you exist on a campus or wherever you're at in your organization to not give up, for one thing, and then to hold the people accountable? And we have our first gay female president on this campus, and that deserves a big clap. So it's incumbent upon her to make sure these things happen, but it's incumbent upon this entire campus community to make it happen. So how do you exist within that institutionalized stuff that goes on?
Yeah,
You're not giving up.
I don't know. It's a challenge swimming upstream all the time. I think partly for me it's a personal mission because I am from that community and these are sort of my people that keep me going, right? But it's, you need a critical mass of individuals, of leaders in an organization to sort of tip the balances of this. And it can't be just one or two voices within an organization. So, thank you for your comments. Don't give up, keep going. Yeah, find your gang. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. There was another, yes.
Pathways or academies with your community where you can find those demographics?
Yeah. So right across the street from the medical center is Bravo Magnet High School. And so we've done a lot of work with Bravo in terms of being involved in their curricula. We had a paid internship over this last summer for about 20 kids that came over. But there's so much more that we could do. There are so many high schools in need of that kind of exposure. I think about that a lot. The idea of being an anchor institution for the community is not only providing medical care, is providing these kinds of life-changing exposures for these kids to get them on the right track and wanting to envision themselves as doctors, as surgeons, as nurses, as so forth. So there's a lot more we could do.
Oftentimes, people suffer mentally, so therefore they can't go any further. So now NAMI is a nonprofit organization, and they not only help the person that has the mental challenges, they help the families who are dealing with that.
Yes.
So, they're great organizations. I've dealt with them before, and they're just, for us to reach out for them, and they'll come for free, and they'll give classes, and they also will certify individuals, your staff, or it's free. Give them certificates. They'll tell them about certain medicine because sometimes you have to bounce that person back. in order for them to go forward. But what you're saying is great, and for the gentleman here who keep trying and keep going in that direction, because it'll happen for you, because we all have our issues, whether it's ethnic background, age, but if you keep going and dealing with the community, with the people who are different, like you, sir, it's going to happen. And once we keep telling people in a certain way, please help, it's there, okay? But thanks to everybody from here, and I'm just honored to be here.
Thank you,
so much
thank you for your
listening.
comment. Yeah. Yeah, mental health is, this comorbidity is present in our community. Something that we have to do a better job of addressing, at the same time you're addressing medical issues. The issue of homelessness in LA is overwhelming, and many times it's often not the lack of housing, it's the lack of all these supported services that address mental health and substance abuse and social support at the same time. We're actually building a 94-bed recuperative care center and a 64-bed crisis residential center. And these are transitional housing beds that get patients from hospital to transitional housing to permanent housing. A big hole in our system in that they're in the hospital, they have mental health issues, they still have physical issues, and then we send them back out to the streets, and then they end up. So it takes integration of all of these services to be.
Sorry. How long would you say it took you all to implement, and from the point that it began, the new curriculum, to kind of get it to the point where you were able to fully deliver it? And was it for credit or not for
The
credit?
Quality Academy?
Yes, sir.
No credit. We're not affiliated with anyone who can give credit, but how long did it take? I would say it took probably about 5 years to get it to where it is. So I would say the first cohort was valuable. I mean, these are some of our quality leaders in our hospital. So, it's also a continuous improvement of the curricula and how we approach it, so.
I do appreciate the fact that you all recognize that there was a gap that workforce was not able to fully address, and you took full responsibility for it. And you're actually pulling from the community to upskill them to be more involved in this process. So definitely kudos to you all.
Thank you. Question?
Have they considered perhaps reopening or redesigning the program they once had in the 70s, where physician's assistants were created by transitioning our military corpsmen and medical assistants through there? Because I think that that's really a place that we're not looking to in terms of looking at the diversity that you'd like to include.
Sure.
Because that's a very, very diverse population. And yet they have a hard time going ahead and competing with other nursing students.
Yes.
And in other programs. So I think that would be, I think it was USC that actually started that, or at least the county that started that physician assistance for our Vietnam veterans coming back as medics and corpsmen. And that created our physician assistant. Now I know that that's really grown beyond what that started as, but that's certainly an innovative way to really increase that diversity in medical care.
Great suggestion. I'm not aware of that program. I can tell you that the county civil service application process is a nightmare. Sorry, any county folks here. And it is very difficult to navigate and to get on these hiring lists where you're actually reachable to be hired. The county has committed to recruiting our veterans and actually has additional points assigned if you're a veteran that allow you to be higher on a band so that you could be reached. But specific training programs, I'm not aware of, but I think that's a great idea. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, can you hear
Yes.
me?
Uh-huh.
Anyhow.
Oh, yeah.
Which, well, that was very good. And what I'm trying to ask is, my opportunity when I went to the county was one of most of our students now that are struggling, that they cannot get a job or training, and definitely did not have finances to do so. So the program that I had the opportunity to go into radiology, I received a stipend while I was being trained. Not only did I receive a stipend, I knew a lot of nurses that also receive a stipend to be able to make it to their program. Do we currently have that? And if not, why shouldn't we have something where our students, since we're trying to get them trained and benefit the hospital, have something like that where they can get a career and then pay back later to service? Is that available?
Yeah. I think the stipends that the county was giving employees to go back to school, to learn different careers, were eliminated in the early 90s. Now, I am all with you. I mean, I think having a stipend and allowing students financial support to actually careers is critical. We are doing a lot of construction on our campus. We have a 50% local hire target for all of the firms that are hired for this construction. And we started a training program in sort of construction skills so that we can create a pipeline of local residents to come into these jobs. We had an opening session. Who's interested in the community? We had probably about 80 people show up. And then of those 80, about 24 kind of said that they could meet the time frames of the training. Of those 24, only 4 actually showed up for the training. And largely because they all have some sort of employment, they need income, and the lack of stipends really is a problem for us to be able to support these pipelines. So I will call the County Board of Supervisors and ask them to state that. I don't know if they'll listen, but yeah.
Hi. I am a Vietnam era veteran, and once, thank you, but I wasn't voluntary. But once I came out of the service, I worked in personnel and did a lot of hiring, okay? And one of the things that I knew, even before getting out, is most veterans, especially if they go in when they're young, they have no idea how to explain what their skill sets are. Okay, they know the military jargon, but they don't know how to translate it into civilian language. And by simply being able to do that with veterans, I've been able to get them a lot of jobs that they were a really good fit for. And a lot of times that's the problem, because they come out with no idea. And particularly when you look at special operations people, okay, they come out, when you talk about corpsmen or medics, I worked with them. I was in special forces. They have skill sets that are well beyond what we normally think of as a medic. because they have to perform all kinds of treatments out in the field, under pressure, under fire, including minor surgeries, okay? And so they have a lot of skill. And even the engineers, combat engineers, they have a tremendous amount of construction experience. But again, they don't know how to explain it. Is it possible to put together a group that can bridge that gap? And as far as, also put together part-time training programs so they can continue their regular work if there's no stipend, but can get the training. It may take a little bit longer, but you'll find that they're a very valuable asset. They have a lot of leadership skills also. And they're accustomed to changing processes on the fly because that's necessary. Quite often you have people who perform functions that are vital who get knocked out of, the function sequence, and they have to figure out, how do we make this work without those vital people? And that's part of their everyday life. That's part of their training.
Great point. I do think there is a sort of cultural barrier, sort of workforce and sort of transitions. Military. The county does have a Department of Veterans Affairs, and I'm just trying to think of how best to sort of create a pipeline where you can involve the medical centers, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and sort of training programs, and sort of create pipelines that can eliminate those kinds of barriers to entry.
Hi, my name is Jamal Ashraf. I'm from Computer Science Department. And coming in from the background of computer science and a STEM major, first of all, I think that the direction is that way, that computer science is going to take off a lot more than what it is right now. A lot of things are going to change in the next few years. But the things that we are facing is to bring the diverse group of people to the program, and when they come to the program, to keep them over here. And you talk about that you were in the community, and I had my own share of things, but when you go out there and you want to bring somebody to a STEM, and they have a problem with the math, that they have to take 2 years of math before they get into the STEM, or they have to work because, they cannot just come in and spend next 4, 5, 6 years in the school because they have to do some other things in their life. How do we have to change the way that we are? Actually, I have to say this. I've been here for 7 years, and I have seen a big change in the college, and I have seen direction for diversity has changed, and we are going in the right direction, maybe not as fast as we want, but there are other elements of these things that have to go out there and reach out the community. And then when we do that, as you said, they might have some things that they cannot come into summer camp because they have to work or they have to do some other things. So how do we address these things? Because I know that we need a lot more of diverse students in my department.
I wish I had answers. I think it's a multi-pronged approach. You need these students to be socially connected within a campus and supported in those kinds of directions. You create pipelines in and also pipelines out into employment that really are valued by the communities that you're trying to attract. But there are probably many more experts in this room that can help with that.
I represent the city, and I'm going to make a point about it.
Thanks for your comments.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge, for your great presentation. This was very, very good. And I think a key takeaway for me was it was not about the will, right? Everyone in this room has the will to come together and have these innovative partnerships, but it's rather sometimes it's our systems don't integrate, our systems don't communicate to each other. And so our systems sometimes create barriers. And I think that that's what James was trying to point out to. But I'd like to make a point that PCC would be happy, Mr. Orozco, to create a think tank of sorts as an innovative partner. And we would be delighted to collaborate with some of my colleagues here. There's community colleges throughout this room, not just PCC. I think Mount SAC is here. Yeah, what other community colleges are here? Yes, Citrus, Glendale, there's a ton of us in here, right? And we're all doing this great work. So I put the offer out there. We'd be delighted to be a think tank for you, Mr. Orozco, and help you solve some of those system barriers. All right, so at this time, we're going to take a short break as we set up for our first panel, Emerging Workforce Trends in Industry. Please take this time to grab some more coffee, do some networking, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. All right. I love the energy. We are going to resume our program. Let's get those snacks, those coffees, let's bring them back to the table. All right, we're gonna get this program started. And if there's anyone sitting on the outskirts, please feel free to grab a seat. There's some folks lingering in the back. We have plenty of seats here in the front. A-plus students always sit in the front. Just, all right. Okay, here we go. I'm very excited to bring to the podium a great friend of PCC, Mr. Cliff Daniels, Senior Vice President and Chef. You can cook, thank you. Chief Strategy Officer for Methodist Hospital of Southern California, who'll be monitoring today's dynamic morning panel called Emerging Workforce Trends in Industry. Please help me welcome Cliff Daniels.
We have one microphone for 5 of us?
No, we got it.
Oh, good, okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to see everyone here. I am humbled that Salvatrice and Jesse asked me to moderate this panel of real experts in the workplace and identifiers of workforce needs today. Hopefully we'll make this fun and informative and have you listen to as we solve all the problems of the world in the next hour and a half or so. So with that, let me introduce the panel, have them all come up here and take seats, and then we'll have them each introduce themselves. So today we have some representatives and senior leaders from large companies and some educators here in Southern California. And I'm going to pass the mic and ask them to introduce themselves and talk about themselves briefly. And if you could, to just make it short and maybe more interesting, talk about, after you introduce yourselves, the 2 greatest workforce needs that you see in your particular organizations. And then we'll get on to some questions.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Sanchez. I'm Vice President and Director of Local and State Government Affairs. The 2 biggest needs that we see are in the intelligence, cybersecurity, and data analytics area. And the other is going to be in construction and vocational training for that field.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Heiser. I'm the director of the LA Tech Talent Pipeline Program at the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Really a big piece of workforce needs is being around training, especially around soft skills, and then also being able to provide sustaining wages for employees.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jill Anderson with Southern California Edison. For us, I think that there are so many needs around the workforce of the future, but definitely a big need is going to be around continuing to pack the pipeline in science and technology fields so that that is not only robust with people's skills, but also diversity in that pipeline.
And my name is Don Bradburn. I'm the Director of Workforce Planning and Development for Kaiser Permanente, Southern California. And I'd say our 2 greatest challenges are ensuring that we have a culturally competent workforce that reflects our members, as well as a digitally fluent yet empathetic workforce.
Excellent. All right, let's jump into it here. So in our audience today, we have titans of industry and electeds and a lot of esteemed educators. So let's talk with Jill first. So Jill, what can a college or a university do to best prepare a student and potential employee for a long-term career at Edison?
So we're very interested in growing the pipeline of talent that could come into Edison. We employ about 12,000 people across Southern California. We hire 2,200 people a year. So that's a significant amount of opportunities ranging from the field, engineering degrees, leadership backgrounds. And so what's important to us, I think, is that people are coming into job interviews and looking at opportunities very much prepared for what we're looking for that role. So it might be in the field, for example, we have minimum qualifications, GED, high school diploma, but also there are physical requirements, all the way to an engineering degree where you have an opportunity to maybe intern with us and get some experience specific to the field that we're in charge of, whether that's clean energy or infrastructure development and construction. So I think it's a wide range of opportunities, but what we really need to see is that candidates are coming with some preparation for what we're looking for.
So Don, I have a particular interest in healthcare. What would an ideally prepared college grad look like for a long-term career at Kaiser?
Good question. And I think I think the person has to be resilient and they have to be dedicated to health care. And I think what I always say is we have to kind of flip everything on its head. And so we don't necessarily need to have like a nurse or a doctor who's just churned out right away. If you can send us from a career technical education, MA, who is committed to healthcare, but at their point in time in life, all they can do is really the career technical education, we can help foster growth throughout that period. So I want somebody who is committed to the long haul. And what I mean by that is a CNA or an MA who wants to maybe be an RN one day and then can, throughout their journey on their career, continue to come back and refine their skills. And for two reasons. In healthcare, our science, pharmaceuticals, and everything are changing so rapidly, it's kind of hard to front end all the education up front because a lot of what they learn in that maybe 2 to 4 years could be antiquated in 2 to 4 years. And so it's got to be a lifelong journey of learning to kind of trail that career path that they're on. It's not a one and done anymore.
So Assemblyman Holden and Jorge addressed this a little bit with respect to keeping people that are hired in at the lower rungs of skill sets and employment and having them sit there forever or growing within an organization and achieving higher aspirations or greater skill sets. Are there formal programs at place in Kaiser to help employees grow within their career paths within the organization?
Yeah. So, we often want to have partners with educational providers to do that. But so recently we launched a sterile processing apprenticeship, which essentially took our housekeeping and EVS attendants and trained them to become sterile processing techs. And so what does that mean in real terms? Because I'm talking about job titles that people may or may not be familiar with. A housekeeper comes in, and after about 10 or 15 years, they may be making at Kaiser about $22 an hour. For those staff who have been with us for 10 or 15 years, they took the job they could at the time that they met the qualifications for. It didn't mean that they didn't want to be anything more. And so what this apprenticeship did was took dedicated employees, we put them through the required training to get their certifications, and on the back end, we're about to graduate the first cohort, and most of them are receiving anywhere between $2 and $5 an hour increase in their wage. It's noticeable. For the one that's getting a $5 an hour, that's like $10,000 a year, about $400 or $500 a paycheck. But we don't want it to stop there because then we build an apprenticeship for surgical techs. So many people see a housekeeper, and it always stuck with me from years in the hospital where I was talking to some EVS employees, and one of them said, "But I'm just a housekeeper." And that is a point where you're not. You're our front line on infection control. And it's how they see themselves, and it's how we have to see them. In healthcare, it's a career path. They are the housekeeper who's the frontline defense for infections, but they can sanitize a room, they can sanitize equipment for procedures, and they can then grow to become a surg tech, which is the person who's going to make sure all the instruments are laid out the way they need to be when the surgery starts. And it's a full path. And that other one then from a sterile processing to a surgical tech is about another $5 an hour increase. So it's how we lift our line staff into clinical roles.
Actually, that reminds me of a story that it's a famous, I don't know if it's urban legend, I think it's true, that years ago, oh my gosh, probably almost 60 years ago now, 55 years ago, there's a story that President Kennedy, when he was touring the it wasn't the Johnson Space Center, the Houston Space Center, Mission Control in Houston, was walking around and came across a janitor who was literally emptying a wastebasket. And it really describes the culture of what went on at NASA at the time when allegedly President Kennedy asked the janitor what he did there. And his answer was, "I helped send men to the moon." And how we align culture of an organization with employees having the same sense of commitment and dedication is really a challenge today. So, I think those internal programs are really important. Jill, does Edison have similar types of programs that help employees grow from lower wage positions to higher level positions?
Absolutely. I think it's very important for us that people feel like they have a career path. We bring people from the field into supervision. In fact, that's the #1 pipeline for us for people to be field supervisors are people who are journeyman linemen first. Of all the promotions that we do into management, about 80% of those are internal. We overall do about 40% of our hiring is external, but we try to weight internal experience very highly when we're bringing people into management. And I think that's very important, talking about, the Kaiser parallel on helping the patients. For us, our vision is to help decarbonize our economy and build a clean energy future. And really, it's every single one of those 12,000 employees who are working on that and helping people tie their everyday job to how are we helping clean the environment and make the world a healthier place for all of our children, I think is really helping to retain and attract new talent to what otherwise maybe the utility industry hasn't always been the sexiest choice out of college, but we're trying to change that.
So I haven't forgot you ladies at the end. Abigail, how about you at Parsons? How do you align corporate culture with career aspirations and helping people grow?
Well, we have changed our HR department to become the people department. So it's a people department. And to take a new approach and really finding where people are, where they want to be. You may be an entry-level engineer, but you aspire to be a project manager. So we have accelerated management programs and formal training, as well as here's a book for you and for your students and others. It's called FYI, For Your Improvement. So we're using that internally at Parsons now as a Bible of sorts, and different skills, soft skills in particular, on how you can, look at where you are talented, maybe less talented, and where you can improve. And that's becoming our common language in terms of how we want to develop and taking a very active role in our independent development plan and checking in with the people department as well as our supervisors. And also encouraging people to just self-identify if there's something that you're interested in participating in. I mean, you can't just go be a cybersecurity engineer if you don't have that training, but you can be trained and you can make that transition. So a culture of encouraging speak up, a culture of get involved, and continue to learn.
So along those lines, let's talk a little bit about technology, both social and business technology. We find that plays a more pervasive and necessary role in our lives every day. Lindsay, how do you see the resources that are available today in providing adequately trained, technically skilled, again, both social technology and business technology students coming out and getting ready for the workplace?
I think it's great because sitting here listening to my colleagues here on the panel is that very much of the work that we're doing is trying to prepare job seekers to be able to walk into these roles at these various companies. And so within our role, we are leveraging technology and also partnering with the tech ecosystem here in the greater Los Angeles area to prepare job seekers for roles. And so in doing that, we listen to companies, and a lot of times we're connecting with people who are in the people department now because we all know that it is the talent that really is able to drive these companies forward. And listening, whether it's to HR recruiters or heads of diversity and inclusion, a lot of them are talking about the fact of being able to have those soft skills and that the technical needs, whether it's through an apprenticeship program or it's being able to move within the company, can be taught, but it's those soft skills to kind of get them with some technical skills to that interview and then into the position. So one of the things that we're doing more recently across, we work with all 19 community colleges here in the greater LA area. And one of the things that we've recently done is partnered with Cornerstone On Demand. Some of you may be using them actually within your companies, but we've more recently launched what's called Workforce Ready. It's an online platform to be able to help support job seekers with those soft skills that they can access directly from their mobile or their or from a computer to help them prepare. And so it's everything from time management, it's email communication, how to address a problem should you be having an issue or a challenge with your manager during your internship or apprenticeship. So really being able to leverage the tech industry to be able to share some of the insights and what they're looking for entry or mid-level positions, but then also leveraging the actual tools that they're focused on a day-to-day basis to better prepare students.
Excellent. You know, and speaking of some of those tools, I'm going to go back to Don for a moment here in healthcare. We see applicants that apply not just for clinical jobs, but for non-clinical jobs. And there is rapidly evolving technology, both from a patient care standpoint and a non-clinical standpoint. What do you see, Don, in the way of applicants that are coming what other additional or enhanced educational resources could be applied or made available to healthcare applicants to be better trained and ready to hit the ground running at Kaiser?
Yeah, I think, you know, schools have been doing a great job about incorporating technology and instruction and stuff. But the reality is we also have to know how to function as humans with technology. And and it gets to the soft skills piece. But I think it's about 50% of our primary care visits were done virtually. And that changes how healthcare is done. And how you have to be able to really emphasize from an empathy perspective when you engage with patients so that it doesn't come off cold. When's it appropriate to use technology to communicate something with a patient and when's not? Because there are certain diagnoses and certain things that you may have to share with someone that isn't okay to say virtually, that they really do need a support system and people to look them in the eye at that time. And so knowing that having the empathy, the soft skills, and being able to realize how do I leverage technology instead of hide behind technology, I think is one of the things that would be beneficial for people to do and to know. I think as we shift more and more to technology in healthcare service delivery, that's going to be critical to somebody being successful and having technology be successful in healthcare, because it is just the tool. At the end of the day, we have to look a patient in the eyes, and we have to be able to make sure they understand what's going on, have the ability to ask questions, have a conversation, because so much that people forget as humans, majority of what we do is nonverbal, right? And so even when I listen to presentations that are done virtually, sometimes I feel like the person forgets there's people listening. And so having that skill set to know when to stop and when to ask, if there are questions, and be able to engage people effectively with technology is going to be critical.
I couldn't agree more. So, Jill, before we leave technology, we can't ignore the green revolution and the need to create more sustainable, renewable energy sources, which are not totally, but are still fairly new to the industry, I think. So how are you seeing, or what resources do you see need to be made available to bring, again, ready-made, hit-the-ground employees to help Edison take the next steps in that regard?
So while definitely a big focus for us is people who have the science and technology background, you need to still understand the fundamentals of physics and thermodynamics. Those are not changing, and that's not going to change as we go forward into a clean energy future. But I absolutely agree with my colleagues that it's that soft skill that often is the missing link. And so I'm an engineer, and it used to be when I was coming out of engineering school that engineers were sort of excused for not being good at writing or not being good at presenting. And if you were good at either one of those, that was certainly a way to differentiate yourself. I would say that's no longer acceptable. You can't just be good at coding or just be good at equations. You have to be able to communicate those to people who didn't do 4 years of engineering school, especially as we're going to get our customers to transition to electric vehicles, to move into heat pumps, to try all this new technology. We have to be able to talk to people in a way they can understand, and that means that every single person we hire, even if it's a PhD statistician, one of the things we evaluate people on is how strong are their communication skills.
Boy, I think what we're hearing is that there's far more than just technology needs that make you a successful employee these days. I wish I could bring my teenagers who are their iPad, iPhone addicts here to hear all that. But let's transition from the technical skills and training aspects. I think, there's clearly a great interest in how employers must address social determinants for success. And we listened to Jorge talk about that in a great way. And certainly in Southern California, we face challenges here that are unique to any place in the country, if not the world. We talk about the high cost of housing. I like to refer to it as the unaffordable cost of housing here in Southern California. I can tell you, I'm sure that our panelists experience the same things as many of you do. As we recruit physicians or nurses or non-technical, non-clinical people to Methodist Hospital, I openly, at the front of any conversation, talk about recognize the cost of living from where you're coming from. It's different than anywhere else. And oftentimes we have people beg off and not come because they recognize they can't have the same lifestyle that they've had in other less costly environments. So with that, Lindsay, what opportunities do you see, or what strategies can Southern California employers and educators undertake to better address some of those barriers to working here?
Yeah, great question. I think one of the big things specifically within the tech industry that we're really noticing is that companies are starting to move towards even like a remote workforce. And so while for Southern California and having physical locations like you all do, it's a little bit different in the sense that they are able to have talent that might not be here locally in Los Angeles. I think specifically here in Los Angeles, some of the things that we're doing to help even prepare, again, students to get in the door is being able to do partnerships with ride-sharing companies to make sure that they're getting to job interviews and being able to show up for the first couple of weeks. There was recently a partnership with Lyft that was announced of being able to help young people make sure that they're able to, coming out of the reentry population, of being able to get to those jobs and get to those internships. So I think that there are strides within companies that are happening, but I think it's really being able to look at the people and look at, what are the different incentives and opportunities that a company can provide, whether it is being able to increase wages, whether it's being able to provide opportunities for employees to be able to have different styles of working, and that might mean being able to work remotely with teams as we kind of shift and are able to have more technology tools at our fingertips.
So with that, what we're fortunate about today with our panelists is, in addition to Lindsay, we have representatives from 3 region-wide employers that don't have one home base or one particular place. Both, Parsons and Edison and Kaiser are located across the entire region. So not that we're going to solve the housing crisis today, but let's appeal to the ears of some of the electeds that might be in the audience. I would ask each of you, how is Parsons, let's start with Abigail, addressing the traffic concerns here and transportation needs? I will tell you, we recognize that people can often not afford to live anywhere near where they work, and they're commuting, 10, 20, 50, 100 miles to work every day, spending untold hours in your car. I'm one of them. So Abigail, what strategies does Parsons have, or take the opportunity to speak to some of those in the audience that might be able to affect change? What do you see as the needs that can be changed to make it a little more affordable to live closer to your workplace?
So as a technology company, and we specialize in intelligence, defense, and critical infrastructure, we take that as a very personal in terms of the technology. And we have moved to more teleconferencing and telecommuting. I have an office with my name on it in the Pasadena office of Parsons. However, my office, I would say 95% of the time, is when I'm in California, I am at home. So I get up, I take my daughter to work, I go to the gym, I come back, right? I do start at 5 a.m. though, sometimes, most days, because my role is national, and so my colleagues on the East Coast, I'm going to the East Coast later, so I already think I'm there. But my colleagues on the East Coast, right, they're up at 5, so they're calling because, where in the world is Abigail? They don't know. They're just calling because they're up. So phone calls, using WebEx and teleconference, using Microsoft Office or Teams to host our meetings, and for all of us to look at the same presentation or document if we're reviewing, editing, providing comments, or developing, using Google Docs where we can check out our document and edit it. So some people that I work with currently, my team members, I've never met. And, I'll ask, where do you sit? Oh, well, I'm in Charlotte, or I'm in Virginia, or, I'm in Missouri. So it's neat because we can spend more time, right? Instead of commuting or coming and going, we're spending a lot more time doing our work and having conversation. And so I feel like my life, though it's busy, it's more peaceful, right? It's peaceful because I don't have to commute. I don't have to travel. I don't have to put in the travel time. Yes, once a month like today, I'll get on a flight somewhere and I'll be gone for 3-4 days, but then I'll be back, right? So my only impact to the area is either my drive to and from LAX or my, Lyft or Uber drive, or if I take the flyaway. So I think that the more that we can think about, yes, I agree that some information, not just a diagnosis, needs to be face-to-face, and we want to read the room and so forth, specifically with our clients. There's a lot of internal communications that can happen remotely and in coordination, and I don't think that the quality suffers because your team is invested. So I think that if we can think about that, sometimes it's hard for people to adapt. Whether it's, there are people who don't want to take on a new technology or a new application, whether it's on their phone or on their desktop or laptop, that the quicker that you can learn and adapt to something like Teams or WebEx online, and not be afraid of it, but embrace it and take a training and ask questions, the better equipped you'll be and more agile that you'll be to adapt to what's coming and what's already here.
True. Jill, what thoughts of Edison apply to these challenges?
So our situation is a little different because we manage a physical infrastructure that goes across 50,000 square miles. We through many of the office and back office jobs, we are adopting a lot more of the digital and telecommuting opportunities. We still need physical presence in our locations all across the service area. So that presents a lot of challenges that you mentioned. For example, we have a service center in Santa Monica. It's very difficult for us to recruit people into that service area because it's very expensive to live near, obviously, and we all know how hard it is to get in and out of that area if you don't live there.
Plus you have to surf.
I suppose. But we need people there because we have new services, you have repairs, you have operations of physical infrastructure that's there. We also operate the utility that's on Catalina Island, which is another challenging and expensive place to live. But so what we do in that case is we have a specific differential for people's salary, including people who are represented, working in the field all the way to the management. Recognizing that it's a $50 ferry ticket each way if you need to get on and off the island, which you would need to do if you wanted to see a dentist or go to the doctor, or all of the normal things that we might take for granted here that we could just drive to. We need people to live on that island to manage that utility. So we do look at each case, and we try to make sure that we are listening all of the time to the feedback from our employees. So we do a pulse survey, which I'm sure many of my colleagues here do as well, where we are asking for input from our employees on what are we doing well, how can we do better, what makes your job hard, how can we address it, and we try to take feedback from the employees to customize their experience across all of our 50,000 square miles.
Very good. Don, how about Kaiser? Traffic and housing.
Well, I think it's a talent inhibitor. For us to attract and retain quality people. And you see that in our operations. You start to get, and it's not unique to Kaiser, I think a lot of healthcare providers and mental health providers are there. Telepsychiatry, telemedicine, that allows us to leverage licensed professionals and providers even outside of the state of California because they don't want to come here. Because of the cost of living, they see that they can have a different quality of life in another place. We experience on a micro level here in Southern California, the highest turnover we have happens at Los Angeles Medical Center. Why? Everybody wants to be in the city, right? No. We have people who take the job, but they want to have a house, they have to raise a family, they have all these things that they want to do that's part of their life's dream. And so they take that job, and then what we see is this trend. They turn over. They don't leave us. They just move to a medical center closer to their home. So they'll go from the LAMC one to Baldwin Park, or to Fontana, or to Riverside, or to Santa Clarita. And so that constant churn is a drain on the business, but it also gets to the continuity of care. The biggest piece that I think is a reason to solve the housing issue from a talent perspective is all's good when all is good. But most recently, I'll use the example of the wildfires. it becomes very apparent how many people commute in to the Los Angeles Medical Center and the West LA Medical Center when you have a fire that shuts down freeways. And if any policymaker in here thinks that it's okay for healthcare to have to struggle with talent because they're commuting from an area, look no further than just a simple wildfire. And I don't want to simplify it, but when you think about in the terms of disasters that could prohibit people from commuting to work, that's a very real one. And we saw an impact to over 1,000 employees that come from Antelope Valley, Panorama City, Antelope Valley, the Santa Clarita area to LAMC, who wouldn't be able to get to work when those freeways were down. That's a huge piece for business, and I know we're not alone. All you have to do is watch that traffic pattern.
Traffic patterns both ways these days. Used to be the opposite direction. There is no such thing anymore. So along that way in transitioning, we've talked about some innovative solutions for technology and for addressing some social determinants. Let's talk about the generational issue of our time, millennials. Many of you have tried to hire them. I've tried to hire them, and they present their own skills, with their own challenges with their mindset and perspective of work balance and work lifestyle balance. I'll tell you one quick true life story here. About 7 or 8 years ago, I worked in another hospital that was a level 2 trauma center, and the two founding physicians of the practice, the trauma surgeons, were getting older and tired of taking all the call themselves 24/7, 365 days a year. So I finally got them to relent and to bring in a new young trauma surgeon so that they could step back, take less call, and he could begin to take over the practice, and they could eventually retire in 2 or 3 or 4 years. All the guy had to do, ready-made practice, didn't have to go out there and drum up business. He just had to come and work and take call. So we found this top-notch recruit out of a very prestigious program out of the University of Pittsburgh. And I was sitting in front of him. Oh, and let me add the fact that the hospital was also willing to guarantee his income for 2 years. So he couldn't have had a better opportunity. So I'm sitting in front of him, meeting him for the first time, and literally, maybe the second words out of his mouth after I explained this opportunity to him was, well, you know, when I get here, I need to take a month off so I can go climb Kilimanjaro. I couldn't make that up. I couldn't make that up. And I brought that news to the senior partner of the trauma group. We did not hire the guy because his mind wasn't there. There was another vascular surgeon I remember we were trying to recruit, and out of a local, he was from California, Southern California, wanted to come home. Again, coming into a ready-made practice, he and his wife were visiting. He was in Detroit completing his fellowship. Couldn't wait to get home, and took him to lunch. He loved the opportunity, and his wife says at lunchtime, "This is so great, I can't wait for Brian to get here, because as soon as he starts, he'll be home every night for dinner, and he won't have to work weekends anymore." And I explained to her that actually when he gets here, he'll be working more nights and more weekends, the difference being that now he'll just be getting paid for it versus what he was doing in residency. So I tell you those stories, and I'm sure that each of you face the challenge of millennials. So let's give everybody a shot here. Jill, how is Edison dealing with the lifestyle work balance requirements of the 25 to 35 somethings?
Yeah, so we talk about this a lot, about all the generational differences that we're balancing in our workforce. I think it's also, for us, and I'm sure for my colleagues too, it's really important to understand the changing demographics of our customer. So very soon, millennials are going to be the largest customer group who are electricity customers. And often they are not only now covering their own electricity costs, but they're supporting aging parents as well. So it's a multiple, if you look at the decision-making power, the buying power of a generational group, they're becoming and soon will be the largest who matters in our world. And so when we're looking at millennials and the different needs that you see of each different generation, we look to how do we leverage that group to better understand our own customers. Instead of trying to focus or spending more of our focus on what's the gap between this worker today and the worker of yesterday coming out of college, we're saying, okay, now we certainly have a group of employees who are much better connected to the way that the largest group of customers are making decisions. So how do we put them into roles where they can help benefit our customers the quickest and understand certainly the best. And then the other area that we focus on too, as I mentioned, we're very mission driven as an organization, and that's something that we're seeing more and more of workforce coming out of school being connected to a mission. And so we're trying to leverage that and help get that passion from all of the recent graduates and people who are early in their career and actually help infect the rest of the employees with that same amount of passion, because it's not just about a contract between you and the employer and the employee. Now it's about connecting to that mission and the difference that people want to make in the world, and I think we are presenting then a great value proposition for both employees and customers.
So Abigail, how is Parsons trying to increase that infection of teaching millennials to actually want to work? I may sound a little cynical, I'm sorry.
Well, I certainly can relate, to the stories. Not trying to hire at Parsons, but just kind of walking around my daily life where, younger people will ask me, so how did you get to where you are? And they ask me about my career trajectory, and they're like, well, when I get out of college, like next month, I want your job, and I want to make what you're making, right? And continue dreaming, and it's great, and I love the passion and I love the energy. And I believe, and there are in some instances and in some industries where you probably can make more than I'm making because it's, like cybersecurity. And I know one particular colleague out of college, her daughter did get hired and is making like $400,000 a year, right? Cyber. So pray my 14-year-old daughter does that. So she can pay my electricity bill. but
That's certainly the exception, not the rule.
Right? But, at Parsons, what we're looking at, I was raised by baby boomer parents who I love and adore. And, my father was he adopted Facebook before I even knew it existed, right? And my mom just didn't care for the technology. And I think that the challenge is going to be, or the gap is that millennials bring in fresh ideas and fresh technology and live in the Google Docs, Snapchat, TikTok, quick, fast information, data analytics, they'll run. My daughter at third grade was putting together PowerPoints, right? 20 maybe, right? So the speed of where they're learning and what they're doing and the technology that's being embedded in the schools from a very early age, you're going to have millennials that will outpace us when they come to the workforce. So how are we ready for learning and accepting those new trends and ways and technologies? And also how our baby boomers, like my parents, are going to be adopters of things, right? I've had a couple colleagues that just refuse to add Uber as their app to travel. They want a private driver that they can give cash to and have cash receipts that they still write on. But our expense system is electronic. And so while I admire the organization and the structure and their ability, we've moved to a different technology where Uber or Lyft now syncs electronically to your expense report, and you don't even have to carry a receipt. Just check, why I went there, what's up, and done, right? So I think that being able to appreciate the good of all the age or all the eras, all the generations, and being able to put those together is going to be our challenge, to be open-minded and to accept and to work together. But we can have a chuckle along the way.
We'll get to us boomers in a second, because we're not so open-minded. So Lindsay, before we leave millennials, what opportunities are there or resources that we could apply that you see to better ingrain and better prepare millennials for the reality that they're not going to get hired as the CEO of American Airlines in their first job?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I think that what we all need to embrace is that the workplace has shifted. And so how can we embrace millennials, their fresh ideas, their innovation, what they're able to bring to teams, how they're able to connect with your potential customers, while also providing that mentorship and guidance that comes from maybe the older employees at the company. And so I think it's being able to manage on both sides of being able to say, well, what are the different things that young people are able to bring? What is our older workforce able to bring? How can we pair them together so that when somebody says that they want your job, is that that's an opportunity to provide professional development, it's an opportunity to create mentorship, and that creates the next leader within your company. And that, to me, provides the longevity of where you're able to go long term, because now all of a sudden, I have your knowledge and wisdom that you've had within the workforce for the last 10, 20 years, but then also the fresh new ideas that I'm having access to technology and learning from my peers and things that are moving really quickly. That makes a dynamic and a fierce leader. And so I think being able to bring those things together is where we're going and what companies need to embrace versus like, oh, well, these millennials, I know we all laugh about it, but it's being able to say, how can we bridge those things together?
So in that context, what about us baby boomers? So a phenomenon that's occurring as we speak, there's 10,000 baby boomers per day, 10,000 per day turning 65 years old. And that phenomenon, people talk about that, but they leave out the second half. That phenomenon is supposed to continue for another 11 years. So as large as the anticipated millennial workforce may become at some point soon, there's a lot of boomers in the workforce that are there now, and that most of us are not, as much as I aspire to this, are not retiring at 65 years old and falling out and creating that career path for those aspiring boomers. So there's a couple of challenges, I think, that continue to grow each day in how we handle or deal with the aging workplace. One is the lifestyle needs of an aging workforce, being able to get around, the mobility, the physical mobility of that, the stamina issues, the family requirements, things of that nature, the time off because of illness, because let me tell you, when you get older, you get sick. And then the second piece, which is more attuned, I think, the conversation is succession planning. And that's a challenge for any organization, but one particularly with an aging workforce where you have those aspiring millennials pushing up at the ceiling, and the ceiling is just fixed because that supervisor, that VP is going to stay there until he's 70, 75 years old. So, I ask, let's talk about this about at Kaiser, on how is that being addressed now with the aging workforce at Kaiser versus the younger employees being hired on at mid-level or entry-level positions?
It's definitely a challenge for us. One of the things is we have an older workforce compared to a lot of organizations. I think our average age of a worker was 55. That's average age. So we have a lot of people in that category you're talking about who are preparing to retire. I think, we've been trying to up our recruitments on millennials and Gen Z. We've reached out a lot. Part of the workforce development and our talent strategy really is to get in early. And so we're actually reaching out to the high school level to start to say, here's what healthcare careers are. It's not just nurse, it's just not doctor. There's sterile processing, there's surgical tech, there's ortho tech, there's pharmacy tech, there's all these different things. These may be of interest to you, and here's how you can get there. And then we have internship programs through Inroads and with the LA County that looks to bring in summer youth to expose them to healthcare. So I would say the way that it's really affected us is that our talent strategy has shifted to not just focusing on like recent college graduates, but it's to try to establish a relationship with people in high school and with educators in high school to direct them and to help shuttle people towards healthcare who may be interested in it, expose them to careers they don't know about. And one of the things we used, it was really exciting, I shared at a CTE symposium, was a flyer. And our equity, inclusion, diversity folks said, hey, we're going out, we're meeting with high schools, and we want to know, like, what can we put out? Can you make us a flyer about jobs in healthcare? And I stopped, I paused, and I said, we have 4 summer youth out there who are high schoolers. How about we ask them? And so they developed this flyer. as any youth would. It has all these links and all these beautiful things. But they wrote the flyer from a perspective of a high schooler. So our hope is that that'll resonate more with each of these schools. But I think the other side of that is how do we handle the aging workforce? And I laugh. Thank you for not making me answer the millennial question. My team
he
is
asked
all
me not to do that
millennials,
earlier.
and they may be watching, so I would have to be extremely nice. Although I will say, one of them sent me an article, and it said, "Hey, boomer, when are you leaving?" And I'm not a boomer. When are you leaving so I can get promoted? And it was kind of an interesting take. I mean, it was like, they think I'm a boomer. I'm not a boomer. But it was their kind of mindset. And I think, we have to kind of figure out how that works. But at the same time, you have an aging population, and in healthcare, I think there's a role for people who want to be in a less than full-time capacity. And I think that's where our next challenge is how do we transition folks who maybe don't want to be, a full-time, overtime nurse, but wants to continue to practice in some capacity. And what does that look like, and how do we help them step down towards retirement as they want to? Because healthcare is a shortage industry, and we can't afford to leave any talent left to the side. So we can no longer take the approach of my way or no way. We really have to reinvent ourselves from an employment perspective, whether that's with millennials and trying to, I always say you have to explain purpose before you explain the task, because they want to know why they're doing it, and whether that rises to a level of something impactful that they want to get behind. Or you have, baby boomers who are thinking about retiring but aren't quite sure. They went to spend time with the grandkids, but maybe not all the time with the grandkids. And those are two things that employers will struggle with, because we're all accustomed to what the workday is. The workday is you're either full-time or you're not time. And we've got to answer those questions. And so I think those are the ways to sum it up there. We're touching high schoolers to make sure we get in early and we start molding the next generation of healthcare workers. But on the other side, I think the challenge is really working with managers so that they can shift their mindset to say, how do I still keep this person in a way that they want to stay and it's mutually beneficial?
So Joe, how about at Edison? How are you keeping millennials engaged while addressing the needs of an aging workforce?
Sure. So like many utilities, I think across the country, we have about the same number of people who are either at retirement age, 5 years from retirement age, as we have people who are only 5 years in the workforce. Wow. So it's become this like bell curve where we have a lot of people who are new to the industry, new to the workforce, and then a lot of people who are near or at retirement age. But as you point out, that doesn't necessarily mean they're about to retire. So for us, we definitely are reevaluating job requirements and the career pathing, because we recognize that the path that many of our most seasoned and experienced employees took is not the path that the next generation is going to take. They're not going to spend 5 years as a drafting engineers and then 5 years as a project manager and then 5 years as a section manager. They're expecting a lot more speed in the way that they're moving through their career. And that doesn't necessarily mean shooting straight up the ladder, but they want to have new experiences. And I appreciate that. So what we're looking at is new areas. Like we have a digital accelerator team. That didn't exist 10 years ago. And that's how are we using digital technology to make our work more efficient. And so that's an opportunity for us to create new roles with new required experiences that there's not the ceiling of people ahead of you. It's a brand new area. And I think with data analytics, which Abigail mentioned in the beginning, I think that's another area where you don't have 30 years of employees who've been in those jobs before you. These are brand new areas of focus, and those are opportunities for us to attract and retain new talent.
I absolutely agree. All right, we've come full circle here. So before we go to questions, let's do one last lightning round here for each of you. We have a lot of educators, as we talked about in the audience today. How might your companies and these educators create longer lasting, close partnerships, more so than just programs that you feed potential employees into or draw from, but partnerships where together actively working with K-12 youth or even community college youth or university students to build a pipeline that sends qualified potential employees to your organization. How would you envision that down the road or in the future, Abigail?
Well, something that I have been observing is that the STEM programs are starting, like you said, as early as not just high school, but now junior high school. And really having an investment in technology and obviously the STEM programs, but specific emphasis in the growing technology piece with artificial intelligence, even in the 6th grade. You know, having that through high school, I think that, you know, there's often a question from educators to say, are we preparing the students to take a job? And it's not that you are or are not preparing the students. It is that back to, I think, Dan's point, that everything is changing almost like every 2 years or even light speed in the rate of information, the rate of what we need, the rate of technology, the rate of process. It's happening so fast that really is about staying on top of it, really engaging whatever your specialty is, right? Whether it's healthcare, engineering, and so forth, to have an active conversation. You know, sometimes universities, you know, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, is you want companies to just write a check and then disappear, right? And sometimes it's a check and then, you know, then partnership. I believe that just remaining in conversation about what is going on in the industry. I've sat in rooms where I observe educators just, you know, talking amongst themselves, and there are, you know, issues that they're addressing within like education, how do we do things, structure, and so forth, but they forget the practitioner part of it. And having that partner come in and engaged on how do you do business, you know, how do you do business? How do you do business in this industry? What is there? Just staying constantly active and bringing us, you know, not necessarily, again, with a check or not, but just invite us to come, whether it's a classroom, whether it's to talk to you, whether it's looking at your program as an advisor. I think that that is the way that we can work together to really model and address the needs of millennials and address, you know, our retiring boomers community is a whole zipper plan.
Excellent. Lindsay, how about the organizations you work with? How could they better partner with both educators and employers?
Yeah, Abigail, I think you nailed it. I mean, with the work that we're doing as an intermediary to really kind of connect business to education is that, one, realizing that it is a relationship, and so it can't be transactional, it can't be a one-time deal. It's how do you continue to engage? I think what you just touched upon about being able to bring millennials as well as boomers in, of being able to have them come in as a guest speaker, have them lead workshops, have them come in and be judges on different panels of projects that you're doing within the classroom. Develop those relationships, because we've noticed that it's like when we were developing the relationships with the 60, 70 different tech and media companies across LA, is that that's how we were able to start to get them to say, oh great, we'll take community college students as interns. It was the relationship piece, because they had seen the talent in action, developed those relationships with them, and then said, well, great, like, you know, we normally recruit from these colleges, but, you know, we'll work with community college students as well. So I think it's the relationship piece. And then furthermore, I think being able to really provide that same level of engagement, not only for the students, but for yourselves as well as the other faculty. How can you leverage advisory boards and have people come in and share what's happening right now in industry? Because what's happening right now in industry, even if we sat here and we're all telling you exactly what's happening at our particular companies, is that by the time you train the job seekers for that, it's going to have changed. So it's not what's happening now, but even being able to prepare for those future trends. And as we're here kind of talking about the future of work, I think it's really spot on to say for us as professionals, as faculty, as deans, to be also engaging in that type of learning, so that then we're able to pass that on to the students and talent that are looking to get into these career fields.
Jill, your turn.
I'll just build on what Abigail and Lindsay said, and to say traditionally the relationship between a company and an education organization is through the HR department or the recruiting department. But in our case, there's 12,000 people and only a few hundred work in HR. We should look at all of the employees as the potential avenues to build those relationships with. So at Edison, we have employee resource groups that focus on different areas that matter to our workforce. So we have a women's roundtable that focuses on getting more gender balance in our leadership. We have a Latino, a South Asian, we have LGBTQ. We have all different organizational groups that are focusing on diversity areas and other technical areas that matter to the company. Those are great resources, I think, to do exactly what Lindsay and Abigail just suggested. Be on advisory boards, come in as guest speakers, speak at a career day. Don't only focus on leveraging the relationship with the person who has recruiter on their business card, because their time is very limited, there's very few of them. But the number of avenues into the company is as large as the number of employees.
All right, Diane, I know you're last. You can just say, I agree with Jill, Lindsay, and Abigail if you want. Or add something.
No, I'll add something. I do agree with everything that's been said. I think the challenge that we have as an employer in building a relationship with public schools, meaning the community colleges and four-year universities, is the rigidness. And I think that's one of the things that I will lay as the challenge as we wrap up here, is to say, how do you be less rigid? And it's not for me, right? I'll be the first to say, this campus, this college, community college system, the four-year university, it was built for me. And you can take a moment and think about that. It was built for me. It wasn't built for the kid in South LA. It wasn't built for the little Latino kid in Riverside. And that's the challenge. There are people, yes, we have diverse students coming through, but when Jorge was talking about the physician recruitment challenge, everybody starts somewhere, right? And who are the biggest populations represented there? White and Asian. So as we wrote that, I'll take it down to what I really am trying to say. When I say meet people where they're at, we go into low-income communities and we talk to people who are going to go into CTE programs. See the dean, there's an emphasis on CTE here. She's talking about expanding it. And the assemblyman was talking about the legislation for transfer of credits from two-year college to four-year college. You forgot the little guy. The person who can least afford it is going to go in a CTE program. Not because they don't have dreams of being a physician or being a nurse. It's their life situation didn't leave them there. And so the challenge that I lay is let's look at policies that give transfer credit from a CTE program to a two-year degree program that then can transfer to a four-year degree program. Because I talk with a lot of medical assistants as one. I told you about the sterile processing. We're getting ready to build on a medical assistant apprenticeship, but we also want to take medical assistants to LVNs. And the number one challenge is everybody wants them to start over. The economy's changed, the workplace has changed, and our schools have to change with it. And when I say that, it's really with the greatest appreciation. I wouldn't be where I am without public school and also having been to a four-year university. But when I listen and I watch the workforce and I talk to people and I say, why don't you want to take part? We have 2 trust funds, each with tens of millions of dollars in it to help develop people. And we'll say, and that's in addition to tuition reimbursement, where they could have their education paid for, and we'll say, we pay for everything. You can be an LVN. We'll send you. I don't want to start over again. I can't start over again, are the responses we hear. Because we've built something where career means you go to school, you get a job. If you're fortunate, it'll take you 30 years or 40 years, you retire. But what we see is people are continually displaced. That's the economy we live in. People, whether they like it or not, will have 3 or 4 jobs over their lifespan. And if we can build on it, if you're an MA who can become an LVN because there's transferability, and mind you, the reason I use this as a teaching point is the scope of practice for an MA and an LVN is almost identical, with very few exceptions. Yet if you're an MA with 10 years of experience and you want to be an LVN, we tell you get back to the very beginning and start all over again. Because what you've been doing the last 10 years is kind of not really important. And I think we owe it to every worker to optimize their skills. And I think those are two things. Jesse, I told him I would say something provocative. That's it. The challenge is, let's find out how we do the policy changes to do transferability for CTE programs so that people aren't walking down a path to face the gorge and ask to build a bridge to get across to the other side.
Hear, hear. All right, I'm sure we're pushing up against the edge of time here. Thank you to these terrific panelists. Let's give them one more well-earned round of applause. Salvatrice, do we have time for questions?
We have certainly a few times.
Very good. Questions? Right in the back. 1 o'clock.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is JB. I'm with the Foothill Workforce Development Board. I'm so excited to see all of you. You're the people I try to reach every day, and I can never get,
You have us now.
to contact you. So here you are. Anyway, when we hear these conversations, we hear the barriers and the issues that employers are having in reaching into the workforce, because there is a whole system out there that is available for you that tries to reach out to you to provide you these services, but you're only focused on academia. Across the nation, there is what we call the workforce development boards, and I am so excited to see that 8 executive directors of the workforce development boards in Southern California are present today. I'm not one of them. I'm the nobody. I report to an executive director, which she's right there, and she happens to be awesome. Anyway, the focus is always academia and how we're going to prepare the people who are coming. We all know that the future of work is changing, and changing very rapidly, and there are positions right now that in 3 or 4 years will be completely obsolete and will not exist. So we have a whole group of people who will be searching for work, but who needs to be reskilled and retooled. And they have all the soft skills that we all spend every conference half an hour talking about, because it's more applicable to the much, much younger generations. Okay, so you have these, but the problem is, not the problem, I would like to call it the challenge or the barrier, is that when we approach one of you as employers, there's always the prerequisite of experience. There is always the entry level that needs 1 year experience. There is always something going on. So when we try to approach with more incentives, because there are incentives to you to come to us and to reach out to us where we elevate those, expenses or this trauma that we cannot find anybody. Not touching on real estate or any of that, and the cost of living in Southern California, that's a whole ball game that, it's not my expertise. But I would like to invite you also to open the communication channels with the Employment Development Department, with the Workforce Development Board throughout the state of California, because we have the talent. Also, there is a lot of initiative to assisting people who are coming out of incarceration. We have at-risk youth. We have people with judicial background that companies like Kaiser or Southern California Edison or Parsons or, Mars or whoever will not touch with the 10-foot pole, because I don't know why. Because we also exist as Workforce Development Board to bridge this gap for you, to prepare a workforce that regardless of its background can be a great fit for you. So it's just a cry for you to open your doors and open a conversation with the workforce development boards, because it's getting harder and harder for us to reach out to employers. I've been in this business for 20 years, and with all the technology, and I'm somewhat baby boomer, but I'm very tech savvy because I chose to be. And this conversation about millennial and generations, we've always had millennials at some point and generational gaps. So there is more options than academia. I want to thank Donald, I believe, for bringing this important point of looking in a different way on how to retool people. So any of you currently working with workforce development boards or programs with workforce development boards? Thank you.
Oh, okay, there we go. So I just would say, I just want to kind of give her some things. I think one of the areas that we do have to improve as employers, but also just the whole system, is that returning workforce, those displaced workers and how they get back. I can tell you in my prior life before Kaiser, we did some work with people through EDD, and I'll tell you what was the issue for me there was, we got people and there were some problems and there was nobody. It was like they dumped and ran on us. And so it left a bad taste in a lot of the managers' mouths, so they didn't want to deal with it anymore. So I think one of the things, when we look at that is, how do we make sure that we have a relationship and how we handle those displaced workers is one thing. That's going to always be a better thing than people who just see it as a transaction. Here's this worker, thank you, bye. Because inevitably something comes up, and it's not that the EDD person would solve the problem, but it's somebody to talk to that you feel like you've been heard with your frustration. With formerly incarcerated people, sometimes at least for healthcare, I don't know about the others, we're limited to who we can hire by state law. So the state has certain barriers that have been put up that probably could be relooked at. But what we've done is try to use and leverage our business relationships to encourage our partners to hire. And so an example of this was when we built our South LA Baldwin Hills Crenshaw medical office building. It was built with 200 years of prison time. And so what do I mean by the people who were there weren't incarcerated, but had formerly been incarcerated. And it was our commitment to hire from local community. And we had partnered with Second Call, and that was with trades and construction. And it was a place they could go. And so the general contractor who worked with us was incentivized to hire people from that community, regardless of their former incarceration, and give people a chance. And so I think there are opportunities to build on that. It's never going to be enough when you look at that in Southern California, but those are some ways that they're going on. But always, to your point, room for improvement and room to do a better job.
Other questions?
Hi. Yeah, so my name is Marina Gonzalez. I'm a counselor here. And you all kind of addressed it, but maybe if you have anything additional to say, I'd be really interested in hearing. What do you see as working well at community colleges and at even some of the universities here locally that you'd like to see more of? Whether it's kind of small scale things that are happening that you think, oh, like I'd like to, see more of that, or some large scale things like programs, so that our students can, have better opportunities in all these different areas.
Lindsay?
Yeah, I can jump in. I think that we were speaking a lot about CTE and being able to have the career pathways programs. I think specifically for the work that we're doing, those are working really well of being able to integrate work-based learning, and so that job seekers or talent have those experiential learning opportunities that are happening concurrent to their education, so that to the point when they are ready to enter into the workforce or they're going back to the workforce, they have applicable experience. Specifically specifically in the tech industry, that while a lot of the work we're focused on is the entry-level positions, but we see a lot of people who are going to community college to get certificates to enter back into the workforce because there are jobs like cybersecurity that are paying a lot higher wages. And so being able to mirror that with what they're actually learning in the classroom and then being able to partner that with an employer is something that I've seen be really instrumental for then also talent to actually get hired. And then additionally, I think a lot of the conversations that we're having too right now are around apprenticeships and starting to look at that as a way into companies so that when you have talent, you're learning and being able to have some of those skills learning on the job that then kind of is set up for you to be able to take on that position.
Other questions? 8 o'clock.
I guess I don't need a mic. Well, my name is Jahi. I work with Upper Bound Math and Science program here on campus. I work with high school students. We do a lot of work with high school students in the area. And the question I have for you all, what advocacy are you guys doing for students in college in terms of, I use an example, Pasadena Unified School District is closing a lot of schools down, right? Mostly in the areas of Black and brown students. So these are the students that you guys, eventually when you guys work for your companies, what advocacy are you doing to help kind of make sure that they have the resources they need to be successful? That by the time they reach you guys in your job fields, that they're as prepared as possible.
Jill?
Couple examples. So one is that we do a lot of STEM programming and volunteering in the schools throughout our service area, so including in public schools and with summer programs where our engineers, I've done it myself, go in and do a program on solar power, how does it work, and get the students excited. Another program that we do that I'm really proud of is we have something called the Edison Scholars, which every year 30 high school students who are customers of ours will receive $40,000 scholarships for going on to study in the STEM field. And it's overwhelmingly a diverse population. They have to be in our service area, so they have to be local. And it's important for us because we want to make sure that people see that they could afford that pathway, to Don's point, knowing that there are many people who are very much capable of going on to study and get the degrees that are going to be necessary to be a leader in our organization in the future, but they might not be able to afford it. So we promote that every year. In fact, we've helped hundreds of students now, maybe more than 1,000 students, given away tens of millions of dollars in scholarships specific to local students, again, have to be customers of ours, and then are pursuing any kind of field in STEM. They don't need to come back and work for us. We would love that. And in fact, many of them do come and do internships, and we've had several who have come on to be full-time employees. But what's more important to us is that we are just investing in the community that we serve.
I would add to that in that although hospitals don't have tens of millions of dollars like Edison, part of it is the partnership that you create as an employer with the community, not with the school or the district. One of the things we can't control is which schools are going to close down and in what neighborhoods. But I would tell you, successful programs that I've seen that I've participated in directly is as low as the 5th and 6th grade, where you go and give talks to kids about healthcare careers. You don't have to be just a nurse or a physician to be a participant in healthcare. Don talked about some of that, whether you're going to be an X-ray tech or a lab tech or or an engineer that works in the boiler room. And getting those kids interested, having field trips, come to the school and bring them through those areas of the hospital that are really interesting. It's amazing when you bring junior high kids in and let them watch a CT scan being done. If they go, wow, I can learn how to do that. And what you hope is that regardless of whether their school may get shut down, wherever they land after that you've engendered and planted a seed for an interest in a healthcare career or an interest in engineering or in utilities. So I think it's incumbent upon us to partner with the community and have a commitment to our kids, regardless of what happens to the particular school or campus they may be on.
Just a follow-up real quick. So the programs are great, right? Those are awesome, great programs and resources.
again, there it goes. It's like whichever way. I know Kaiser, we have our own community benefits folks in our government relations, and they do a lot of advocacy around thriving schools and more in the terms of health. I don't know exactly, to answer your question about whether or not that includes the textbook thing, but I will share with you one thing that I learned, and I don't know why it was all that eye-opening, but it was. And when I was speaking in East LA last week with some CTE educators, and one of them pointed out, she works in some of the most underserved schools in the LA area as a social worker, and she was explaining that some of their students have challenges learning because they can't see and they can't afford glasses. And so that was one, and I wore glasses from the kindergarten until I got LASIK in 2008. So I know that it's important to have a pair of glasses if you're going to learn. But that kind of shocked me, is that really happens. And I don't know why, because people struggle to pay for healthcare, and vision is really a part of that. So that is one, as I get more specifics, I want to kick to our community benefits folks and say, like, what can we do about this? Because we do talk about going out to these underserved communities and trying to embrace and hear what they need. And to me, it's just wrong in this day and age that a kid can't have glasses to learn. That's a gap that I just think is unacceptable. And so, for what it's worth, I'll kick sand that away until I can try to help this lady solve that problem. But I mean, to your point, I really don't know. I'd have to get back to you, because there's a whole entity that does that in our organization.
I think that's more of a challenge than a question that you just proposed, and we need to do better. I think that's the answer. As employers, we need to do better and ensure that all kids have the tools they need, textbooks, what do they call those things, iPads, Google Pads they have now. That, I will tell you, in a previous life when I worked down in Palm Springs, and this is a sad state of what you all face as educators every day, there was an organization I served on the board of. It was called the Pinnacle Fund, and it was the fundraising arm organization for the Palm Springs Public Unified School District, because they had no money in their budget. The superintendent was on the board with me. She told me the only way they had money for technology and for arts was through fundraising. And there were schools there that they had to privately raise money to bring iPads into the school and to buy instruments for the band or whatever. So I think as employers, we need to do better. That's how I would respond to your challenge. Other questions?
Cliff, we have a question. I'm right here. Hi.
Oh, there you are, Salvatore.
On our live stream, we had a question, a few questions up here, but one of them was, one of the questions they asked was, given your existing training programs, the question was to the employers on the panel, how do career tech programs and our adult ed programs integrate with your existing trainings, not necessarily creating new ones? What's the best way to do that?
Abigail?
At LAX, Parsons has created a program called Hire LAX. It includes people from the reentry community, adult community, people with or without education formally, and it serves zip codes within the LAX area. It's called Hire LAX. We've graduated our third class this month, and though mighty 55 graduates, the applicants usually come in for 300 people, and again, it's about showing up. Right, it's about showing up, and then also having a very concentrated group where we don't lose the quality of the education and the training as an apprenticeship that's being provided. And so this program takes the applicant through the process from registration all the way through graduation. They learn a trade. They learn whether it's an electrical worker or carpentry. They work with the unions. And once they've completed the program, it's about 6 weeks. Once they've completed the program, they are immediately placed in a high-paying job. And that job, and I've heard testimonies directly from people benefiting from that training, has taken, a single mom from being able to, provide for her kids, from not being able to maybe have health insurance and not having benefit and enough money to pay for a space, or, rent for a space that they needed. It's taken people, it's completely changed their lives. So I think that, you touched on apprenticeships earlier, Lindsay, and I think that we do have to make sure that we provide apprenticeships and learning experience and entry into our workforce for adults and continuing education. I think Dan touched on that as well.
One more question over here. There she is.
Since we're talking about the future of work, and I've heard some of you talk about jobs that were created that had not existed before, as a community college and or training places, how can we best prepare our students to get some kind of training for jobs that don't exist? I mean, what would you see as sort of a baseline for all of them when perhaps they're going into a 2-year certificate program and they haven't graduated yet, but hopefully, that job will still be there? Or if not, how can they take what they've learned to transition into those new jobs?
Is it this? There we go. Seems to be a recurring theme. I don't think the microphone likes me. Or it's trying to tell me that the food is in the back. But I think for us anyway in healthcare, we struggle just because some of the innovations and technologies are just so rapidly evolving that it highlights a gap in the overall workforce development. And I'll share what I think has added to the overburdensome of nursing is that anything new in healthcare, the initial response is always, a nurse can do it. Whether a nurse needs to be the one to do it or not. And so there are things that are out there that are under development that are still in, R&D phase, like a 3D printer to do skin grafting. Like, we're not having those discussions. And part of it is driven like industry who's designing it doesn't want to say what it is right away, right? But then when it launches, everybody's in a scramble to say, who does this? And in that example I know the first thing everybody will say is, oh, well, that would be right up a nurse's alley. And it's like, but that's probably not the best utilization. Something like a skin graft tech that doesn't exist today would probably be the one that could do that. But it's a matter of how do we connect with R&D people in biomedical, biotech who are developing it, to the healthcare providers who use it, to the educators who teach it. And I think that's still a gap that exists, not just here in California, but everywhere. But I think that necessitates the rationale that we need to make sure whatever we educate people today, that it brings some base to their future, that they don't start over again, that we know that they've got up to here, so what are the extra things we need to teach them to make them there? But to her point, I think it's a great, highlighting a gap that does exist, and I'm not sure what that answer is, and how you convene all of those parties.
Agreed.
Yeah, I was just going to build a little bit upon that because I think what you just touched upon is being able to convene folks. And so going back to the earlier comment that I made of being able to develop relationships with people that are in industry so that when they are coming out and kind of talking about what are the latest projects or what are the trends that they're working on or what do they foresee in their future, that we're noting that and then asking what are those skills. And in some cases, it is a true partnership because maybe they don't want to release it just yet. I think about, when I very first heard about AR and VR, so augmented reality and virtual reality, and how that's going to completely shift. You start to talk about how that can be used in healthcare or in other industries, but being able to understand what are the fundamental basics that are needed to understand maybe some of these new technologies and build upon what talent is already learning and being able to add those 2 or 3 additional pieces to take it up a notch to be able to say this is how it can be applicable within your particular industry. So I think, again, it's not necessarily going back and changing things, but it's being able to be in that constant communication of what are the skills that are needed to now help come in and support a team in that role. And I think it's being able to have some of those basic skills and then being able to learn on the job within those team environments.
I'll just add quickly that it's also look at kind of to the foundations, because a lot of these jobs that are new, science itself is still the same. And so we are hiring today a lot of climate scientists. That job title didn't exist when I was in school, but earth science existed when I was in school, and it's pretty similar. You know, data analytics is another one. You know, now you can get a data science degree, which you couldn't in the past, but you used to be able to get a degree in statistics, and a lot of that is similar. So just like help translate what you've already invested in and what people who may be mid-career have themselves already invested in, and help people bridge to what are we calling it now, because it's not 100% different. It's probably 15% different. And I think that there's a lot we can do to help connect people. So to Don's point, we're not asking everybody to start over, and to the view of the educator, we're not asking you to create something brand new all of the time.
In that same context, you know, Lindsay and everybody's talked about this again, early engagement. I think apprenticeships, getting kids involved while they're still in the educational phase of their life, ingrained and engaged with a potential employer so they can see what's coming down the pipe and anticipate that. You can't, it's not a perfect science. You know, to Jill's point, you learn the basics and you figure out how that's going to fit best in the job or the career path you're choosing. Having some awareness of what's coming down the pipe will help you sort of customize what you're going to learn. Anything else? I'm sure you're all starving to get to those boxes back there. One more question.
As our last one, just for the sake of time.
Hi everyone, my name is Alan and I work at Computer Learning Center here at PCC. My question is, since we're talking about creating new jobs, do you have any job opportunities for artists and creative people? Because I feel like each workforce needs creative people. We can bring our creativity and we are here to change the world. Are you planning to have any type of job opportunities for artists? Like you mentioned, Mr. Donald, that you know, you needed a flyer, you talked to the high school students, but are you planning to have any like department, like art department in your company?
We do today already, in fact, have marketing. We have artists who are full-time working on creative material, because we're trying to communicate to 15 million people who use our product, and we have to reach them in a way that they're going to understand. And so a lot of that has to do with user experience. We have people who have a creative background who are designing websites, who are designing apps, who design the billboards that you drive by, who are picking the colors and picking the fonts and all of those things. Itself is its own skill and science in a lot of ways, and it's not something that we learned as engineers. And so there are many people who currently work for our organization and any company that's like ours that have creative degrees.
I'll add, so I didn't want to oversimplify it, but so those high school interns helped with the content and the messaging, but they worked with our communications team, which has graphic artists and digital social media folks as well. And then the other thing that we have, which I always find is an interesting thing to say because it was my aha at Kaiser, we actually have performing artists in the sense of actors and people who take the stage, and they're part of our community benefits folks who go out and educate schools and kids, you know, at all ages in elementary and high school, where they act out and perform as a way of teaching about health and better health care.
Thank you.
Sorry.
One more thing
Wanted
from
to
Eric?
add
No?
just one
Sure.
last thing. I love your question. So we have our corporate like services, which is graphic design and so forth, but we also, you know, there's internal communication, external communication, design, presentations. We also have, you know, not just for our proposals and any marketing or postings, but we also use AR and VR, just as Lindsay mentioned, the virtual reality and augmented reality, sometimes to show our clients what a completed project will look like, or to go to a community meeting and show the community how a project might also look like. So people who can fly drones, people who understand gaming and coding, because that gaming and coding is using that VR, AR to create that virtual and augmented reality, to test and to create, you know, and to collect data based on that. That helps us. So I love your question. Definitely, I think engineering is a science and an art, and we need artists. They make us look good. So thanks.
Thank you. With that, I hope you all found this discussion somewhat enlightening today. Thank you all for attending. Thank you again to our panelists, and enjoy lunch.
All right, lunch is served. Lunch is in the back of the room. Feel free to network. Hang on with us. We have an excellent keynote speaker coming up. We have Senator Portantino in the house as well. So please stay with us. I hope we had some time on the break to really connect here at the conference, because that's what this is all about, right? Connecting, making some changes, and doing some great work here at a local level. At this time, it is my great pleasure to welcome another regional leader to the campus and our advocate in the California Senate. Please give a warm welcome to Senator Anthony Portantino.
So when I go home, my wife doesn't clap when I come in the house. And my 18-year-old daughter tells me she's smarter than I am. It's true. Well, not that she's smarter than I am, but that she tells me. So one day I brought a Chromebook home, and she said, "Dad, Chromebooks are stupid." I took it back a week later, and she said, "See, you should have listened to me. I told you Chromebooks were stupid." So now she thinks she's smarter than I am. So I'm Anthony Portantino. I proudly represent PCC, GCC, Citrus. I have students from Mount Sac communities, Rio Hondo, LA Community College. So I like to think that I am the ground zero for community colleges in the state of California, in my district, right? And so I'm happy to be here. You know, it's interesting. I grew up in New Jersey, went to public schools, have a bachelor's degree, and I get to make policy in the state of California. And I consider myself to be one of the strongest public school advocates in the state of California. Now, I'm not a classic educator. I have to tell you, when I was out of office, I taught a couple classes at USC and had a blast. So for all the teachers, I know why you do what you do. It was really, really fun and rewarding to connect with young people in the classroom. But, you know, we have a lot of promise and a lot of excitement going on in the state of California. Obviously, a room full of all of you here, you know, spending your day to talk about workforce development, what we can do, how we can collaborate. You know, that's the exciting part. It's taking our words and turning them into action, right? I mean, over the past 20 years, you know how many times the legislature has reevaluated the master plan for higher education and generated a book and then put it on a shelf? Probably 5 times in the last 20 years. How many times have you heard a politician say, "Let's put kids first"? Now, how many times have you seen that happen? Right? Anybody see it happen? I just spent 3 years fighting to get high school start time moved back. And I had the entire world fighting me on that. And there was 3 decades of science and research, not just 1 decade, 3 decades, that said when you start high school later, test scores go up and death goes down. Let me say that again. When you start high school later, test scores go up and death goes down. Because suicide and car accidents go down. The number 1 and number 2 killer of teens in America. And yet people would say, "I agree with the science, but." There ain't no but if you agree with the science and you put kids first, right? So how do we do that moving forward? So I was in Korea last year and I saw an exciting model. They connect their high schools directly. So one model is kids work, or excuse me, they go to class for a month, and then they work for a month. They go to class for a month, and then they work for a month. So the business community in that region has a direct relationship with those high schools. And when those kids graduate from those high schools, they get a job at the business that they were working in. Another model that they were using in Korea is kids go to class Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then go to work Thursday and Friday. Now, Korea does both, and they have success with both. So here we are in America with an education model that was created when we were a manufacturing and a farming economy. And we're still doing the same thing, right? I hate to say it, we're no longer a farming and manufacturing economy in the year 2019, right? So we got to do things differently at a time when nobody likes change and everybody talks about what can we do. And so they asked me out in the hallway, what can we do? Well, we got to take the excitement from today and move it to policy and action tomorrow. That's what we got to do. Because if we don't do it, we're going to have a lot of kids who aren't skilled to succeed next year and the decade after. So what do we got to do that? We've done some things right. We've erased the line between high school and community college through concurrent enrollment. That's a great first step. We made community colleges free. That's a good, they used to be. And I can't tell you how many arguments I had with 60-year-olds who tell me how successful they were because they got to go to community college free and they got to go to UCLA when it was $800 a semester, and they got to go to Cal State LA when it was $250 a semester. And then I say, but will you raise your taxes to help a kid go to college today? And they go, no, why would I do that? Well, how the hell did you get your success? Right? So everybody over 60 who doesn't want to pay it forward and help this next generation, and I don't care where they were born. Do you? I don't care. I want smart kids to get an education. Right? Who doesn't? Don't we get better off collectively if we educate smart kids? We need 17,000 doctors in California. Where are we going to get those doctors if we don't educate every smart kid who can become a doctor? How many businesses out there are struggling with getting a workforce that has the skills to do the jobs? Only one raise your hand, but I know there's more. You're brave. But that's the reality we have. You know, we got to help each other get there, and we got to work collaboratively. That's why I was excited to come today, because this is what it's all about, is putting our creativity hat on. And again, I'm not talking, when I talk about changing the model, I'm not talking about lowering standards or, you know, making sure that kids don't have to take rigorous education. And, you know, I can't tell you how many millennials don't know how to address an envelope. That one drives me really crazy. Because I remember elementary school with that stupid little book learning how to address an envelope. I can't tell you, I get kids with master's degrees, they come to see me and they address an envelope and they don't even know the name, title. It's like, we gotta stop that stupidity and make sure people have certain basic skills. And I'm of the mind that everybody's capable of that. I'm of the mind that we have to embrace people's potential and highlight it and embrace this expectation. You know, we're California. You know, we should be leading the nation, not just saying, God, I wish we were doing better. And obviously a lot of it has to do with economics, but not all of it has to do with economics. A lot of it has to do with the size of our state. You know, we're the largest state, but not all of it has to do with that. A lot of it has to do with first-generation learners, you know, but that's a big issue, and we have to recognize it and embrace those young people. But collectively, if we recognize all of those challenges, then I think we can make a difference. So one of the things that I try to do is ask businesses what the workforce is going to look like 3 decades from now so we can work backwards, tailor-make curriculum. I'm really pissed that Schwarzenegger, I did a bill to actually the workforce Everybody hear me? No. Okay. Yeah. So I did a bill to. Thank you. By the way, thank you for letting me sit down. I'm old, tired, and fat, and so I plopped. By the way, it's just as hard to be fat as it is to be skinny. I got to work at it every single day. Think about that. Skinny people find, well, people find time for exercise. I have to find drive-thrus. A body like this doesn't just happen. And I think exercise is overrated. A body only has a certain amount of life force in it, and I'm keeping my life force for the long haul. So, by the way, you know that disclaimer, do not practice this at home. You know, objects in mirror are closer than they appear. But anyway, thank you for letting me sit down. But, you know, what are we going to do? So I did a bill to do a 3 decades workforce needs analysis so we could see where the jobs were going to be 3 decades from now and then work backwards and tailor curriculum. And Schwarzenegger vetoed the bill. But in the meantime, I've been trying to get people to focus. You know, let's see, what are we going to need? You know, is code writing going to be replaced by AI? I don't think so, but that's a conversation we need to have. By the way, we all know that for every code writer, there's 3 jobs out there, right? We know that 98% of code writers are men. So if I was a 17 or a 15-year-old young girl, I'd become a code writer because there'd be 18 jobs waiting for me when I graduated. Of course, my daughter plays video games. She doesn't write the code. But that's a whole nother struggle. I found her last night with the Switch. She said she wants to take it to college. I said, no. After I see your first year grades, we can discuss whether the Switch goes to college. By the way, I used to have fun with my daughters all the time. I'd say, you know what, you're in charge of the day. We'll do whatever you want to do. You pick, as long as it doesn't require electricity. They would get so, I say, but we'll do whatever you want to do. We'll go fly a kite, we'll read a book, we'll go on a walk. You're in charge, just no electricity. Try that at home, it'll make you popular. So I'm fascinated by what we can do with the model, you know, how we can plug businesses and workforce and training and entrepreneurship and, you know, internships, how we can formalize those and what legislative barriers need to be broken down. The other thing I'm going to look at legislatively this year is the teacher shortage in STEM fields. You know, I had a bill 2 years ago that said if you were the Caltech or PCC calculus professor and Pasadena High School needed a calculus teacher, the governor could declare emergency and you could, if you've been teaching, you should be able to teach. And if PHS needs a calculus teacher and you teach calculus, you should be able to go teach calculus. Boy, did I get beat up for that. I never heard that word pedagogy before. People came every day, it's pedagogy. I said, no, students. They go, pedagogy. I'd say, do you have a calculus teacher? No. So how is pedagogy going to get you a calculus teacher? Right? So we're going to be looking at emergency credentialing and actually beefing up the ability to bring your expertise into the classroom. Because if we bring expertise into the classroom, we'll inspire young people. I can go on for an hour and a half pontificating, but anybody have any questions? I don't only have like a couple minutes. He beat you in the back, and then I'll come to you, Michelle. Yes, sir. So, I tried this, you know, we're doing a big school bond, both higher ed and community and K-12 and higher ed on the next ballot. I tried actually to get some money in that bond to allow school districts to build housing on their surplus property specifically for their workforce. And I'm going to try, it's on our legislative agenda, to try to figure out how we can help businesses and colleges and high schools actually build workforce housing specifically for those needs. Because I think if I'm getting offered a job at a high school and they're offering me, you know, right out of college, a place to stay at an affordable rate, I think that's an attractive thing. State properties we can look at as well. Obviously, we're going to be selling the 500 properties in the 710 corridor right here locally, and I know a number of the cities are looking at how to make those affordable. So not to belabor the point, but 12 years ago, the state had a dedicated revenue stream for affordable housing, and I was one of a handful of people who opposed dissolving that. Had we not dissolved that, we'd have about $14 billion had it been spent on affordable housing in the past decade. So we still haven't replaced that. The governor just vetoed SB 5, which would have created a dedicated revenue source. Michelle was next. Yes.
Hold on.
So that's a good question. How do we incentivize internships? I can tell you a couple things that we've done in the Capitol is we've created fellowships in the state capitol for interns. We've created a pipeline for MBA students with historically black colleges and Hispanic serving institutions at the UC business schools, and that's in its 8th year. But big picture, we haven't really done anything to incentivize internships. I can tell you my oldest daughter got her job based on her internship. I mean, she got an internship on her own and they liked her and they hired her. And so the more formal relationships we can make with kids in the classroom, again, I go back to that Korean model. I mean, I think it's a good idea. Yes, sir.
Question.
Oh, she's got the microphone. We'll go to you and then we'll go ahead. Yeah.
So I want to congratulate the college for opening up our center, which did not happen by the administration, it happened by my colleagues on a ground roots level. That is why that center is opening up for our gay and lesbian students and our undocumented students, right? So I want to know what your commitment would be to those populations, first off. And I did talk to Ricardo Lara about this because he's my buddy and we talk all the time. I said, my undocumented students are getting covered. I love them and I work with them. But Ricardo, we need to really focus on our gay and lesbian students and LGBTQ+. Thank you.
Well, a couple of things. This year, the governor did put in, I think it was $20 million specifically for rapid student housing. That was a program that the John Burton Center brought to my attention, and I believe PCC is going to be participating in that. They are. So it was an actual plan because that study that came out that 20% of LACCD students were homeless. So in response to that, we actually put money in the budget to create that. I'm not adverse, again, to creating a fund for colleges to build more housing for students and faculty and the employees that work here. So I think those are the kinds of creative things we got to do. But you're right. Going to college, if you're doing it out of your car, it's a lot more challenging than if you're sitting at the kitchen table. In my life, all right, Dominic's giving me the hook. I was going to say, I've had the benefit of seeing sort of both sides or all sides of the equation. My father went to World War II, came back, and because of the GI Bill was the first, my Italian immigrant family, the first person to get a college education. And, because of that, we had a middle-class life. And then when I was 11, he died. And we lost the house and moved into a one-bedroom apartment when I was in high school. And my mom gave me the bedroom, and she slept on the couch. So I've seen both sides of the equation and understand, to the best of I can, and work hard. By the way, my older brother owned the largest gay magazine in California history. The Gay and Lesbian Times was my brother's paper. And he is revered in San Diego because 40 years ago, he was the first person to say we're not two communities, we're one. And so he bought a little paper called the Gay Times and changed its name to the Gay and Lesbian Times. And so the GLT was the first major LGBT media to market to the community because he said we have one common civil rights struggle. And so John Duran used to say that I'm the most gay-friendly straight politician in California. And so I wear that. I got to tell you, when I was mayor of La Cañada and I was in the Gay Pride Parade, there were probably about 14 of my constituents were in the audience. but they appreciated the fact that the mayor of La Cañada was in the Gay Pride Parade. So, and my last question, and then they're giving me the hook. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name's Karen Childers. I'm LA Director for the Los Angeles Orange County Regional Consortium, representing the 19 community colleges in our area. My question has to do with strong workforce. First of all, thank you for the influx of funding and ongoing funding into career technical education programs across the state. It's very important to the success of our students. My question is about the calculation formula. It was changed from 1819 to 1920, and the net effect to our colleges, our students in Los Angeles, was $14 million less being funneled into community colleges in Los Angeles County. And the problem with that is that, first of all, it's less available for our students, and secondly, it shifted from the diverse communities that we have here to communities with less diversity. And so the question is really, what can we do, or what can be done? I can tell you one word that can be changed in the legislation that will change that for us, but how can we account for population and especially diversity as we go forward with that model?
So a couple things. When Governor Brown created the model, there were a couple things that we tried to do differently than LCFF. You all know the local control funding formula for K-12 was locked in, and there was no way to tweak it or change it. Built into the community college funding model was a mechanism to make improvements as it went through the system. I'm not intimately familiar with whether those attempts to change it have been made and faced opposition, but I remember in the legislation there was a mechanism in place to make adjustments to the funding formula. And then thirdly, there was a piece of funding that was tied to success, tied to a percentage of how well we do to get more dollars. And I have to be honest, I haven't looked to see how that has impacted the colleges, but the idea was we should reward schools that are doing well and getting people through the system with the tools they need to get through. So I'll look at follow-up. I don't have the answer right now, but I remember when it was created, that mechanism was put in there so it can be tweaked as it went on going. So I guess they're giving me the hook. I'm Anthony Portantino. I live down the street. I love PCC. I have 2 daughters, and on any given day, there's the president. I like one of them. And my daughters. And that's Dominic over there. Dominic, raise your hand. He takes care of Pasadena. I have a San Dimas office with Marco and Christy, so if you're in that part of the district, and of the 120 legislators, I'm the only one with my home telephone number on the state's website. So if you absolutely need me, give me a call at home. And have a great rest of your day. And I love Berlinda Brown, too. Take care, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Portantino. One last round of applause is hopefully you get to hang out with us a little bit more. A little bit. Well, as part of today's luncheon session, we are thrilled to have with us Shannon McConville, Senior Research Associate for the Public Policy Institute of California. Shannon and the PPIC team have been conducting some remarkable research on wage return, and we are delighted that Shannon flew from the Bay Area to present with us today on her findings on career education and economic mobility. Please help me welcome Shannon to the stage.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to just poke here and make sure, okay, and let me make sure that I have this going. Perfect. Well, thank you for having me. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with PPIC. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit research organization. We inspire to do independent, objective research to inform policy debates. And so this is some work that I've done with colleagues around career education, credentials in the community colleges, and the value they confer to the students that complete them. So I'll go through the first, oh, I can see it right there. Perfect. That way I won't hurt myself off the off the end of the stage. I'm going to go through pretty quickly these first few slides on the background, given kind of your experience, and I'm sure you know all that. But career education really does serve this dual purpose of preparing students to have jobs that can provide economic mobility while also meeting the state's workforce needs. In our current labor force, nearly a third of all jobs are what we call middle skill. They require some college training beyond a high school education, but less than a 4-year degree. And based on current occupational projections, it's expected that the same share in the future, and this is based on the 10-year occupational projections, will also be these middle skill jobs. We've heard career education is a key component of both K-12 and the community colleges. The work that we're doing here and that I'll be presenting is really focused on the career education in the California Community College system, which is the largest career education provider in the state. In 2017-18, community colleges conferred over 100,000 career educational credentials system-wide across several different fields of study. And these programs serve a wide variety of students, everyone from new high school graduates who are looking to get a foothold in the labor force to workers who are coming back for retraining or new training in order to access different jobs. And so in recognition of this important role that career education does play for the state policymakers have invested considerable resources in the last 5 years. This is through funding through the CTE incentive grants and Career Pathways Trust. As we've heard mentioned, the Strong Workforce Program provides an ongoing annual source of funding to continue this work. And then I also was going to highlight just a few of the initiatives that are happening in the community college system that could support and improve career education student outcomes. This would be Guided Pathways, which is really focused and designed to help students understand what their education and employment goals are and help them have a clear pathway to reach those. And then also the kind of brand new online-only college. CalBright really is focused on smaller short-term career education credentials that then connect students directly to the workforce. I believe they just started enrolling their first 3 cohorts in medical coding, IT support, and cybersecurity. And so this is a quick overview of the types of career education pathways that students are completing within the community college system. And so the first is to kind of orient you to the types of credentials. So short-term credentials are those that can be completed in less than 1 year. Some of these are as short as requiring 6 units to complete the credential. That's about 30% of students complete only a short-term credential. Another 30 to 33% complete associate degrees, which is the longest terminal degree within the community college system. There's also long-term certificates. These are in between, less than 1 year. More than 1 year, but less than 2 years to complete. And then finally, and this is something that we focused on in this work, is stackable credentials. And so what we mean when we talk about stackable credentials are a student earns an initial career education credential. Oftentimes it is a short-term credential, and then within 3 years returns to the community college system to complete an additional credential in that same career education field. And so this is kind of this notion of pathways, returning to school, and so we really wanted in this work to try to understand more about how often that happens and what it means for the students who are able to do it. And then, so that's kind of how the credentials break down in terms of length. And then there's also, we highlight in this work 6 different fields of study. These fields are the largest career education programs offered within the system and represent about 90% of all the credentials that have been awarded in recent years. You see health is the largest one. Nearly a third of career education credentials in the community college system are in the health field. Other large ones are engineering. This includes the construction trades as well as manufacturing and other fields. Family and consumer science is about the same size. About 15% of all credentials are in engineering, family and consumer science, which 70% of students completing a credential in this space are in early childhood education fields. The others are public and protective services. These are training for law enforcement, firefighting, private security, and then business and IT kind of are the remaining that round out this group of career education fields of study that we examine in our work. And so we start, I'll also just mention quickly, we were able to do this work because of a partnership we have with the Chancellor's Office, who has really detailed student-level longitudinal records that we were then able to link to EDD quarterly wage records. And so we're able to kind of track students before they enter the community college system and then after they earn their credential to understand how that credential paid off in terms of labor market outcomes. And so these are just tracking students' quarterly earnings in the 5 years prior to earning a credential. That 0 mark on the thing is the time, the quarter in which they earned their first career education credential within the community college system, and then tracks their earning trajectories over the next 6 years. You'll see that overall and in general, students do see growth in their earnings trajectories after completing the credential. It does vary by the type of program that they complete. So associate degrees, the longest degree, do confer the highest level of value as we move forward. And you'll see that students with short-term certificates tend to have a lower trajectory or a lower growth. And then, as I mentioned, we are really focused on stackable credentials. So those first 3, the solid lines, are for students who only complete that one credential. And then we also track students who initially complete a long-term or a short-term certificate and then go on to stack another credential. You see, in the case of the long-term credential, they actually surpass students who only earn that first long-term credential at about year 4. For students who stack from short-term, you see that their path is slower, but it is steeper and it continues to grow over time. So, associate degrees, it's a very quick bump, and then you continue to have earnings growth. But for short-term certificate earners, that stacking credentials, and I'll say we did some more explicit work on career pathways and stackable credentials in the health field, and I can say that the long-term certificate stackers eventually caught up and surpassed those that initially earned an associate degree, and the short-term tended to also kind of cross-pass and catch up to others. So that's an important pathway for some students. And so our main goal from this work was really to try to identify to try to estimate the actual value of earning a credential. So what an individual student may bring into the equation, and then trying to understand what the credential itself is worth. Another way to think about it would students' earnings have continued to go up and increase if they had stayed on the same kind of career pathway they were on before they entered the community college system and completed that initial credential? It's hard to isolate this because people's earnings tend to go up over time, and there's a whole host of kind of individual level factors that it's very difficult to observe and control for when we do data analyses. We do use some statistical models that allow us to do this on an individual level, and essentially what we're doing is we're taking a student's earning trajectory prior to coming into the community college system and then seeing how it changes after that individual student earned their credential. So in that way, we're kind of hopefully netting out most of these individual factors that people may point to when they say, oh, that's why this group or this student or this field doesn't earn, and it's because of these individual level factors. And so when we do this, we do see that on average, career education credentials do provide value to students. Across all of the spaces, it's about a 20% earnings gain to what we would have expected that student to earn had they not had completed that credential. And we're able to do this in large part because career education students do tend to be older than traditional age students, and so they do have this pre-credential earnings history that we can use in order to estimate these returns. And so you can see, not surprisingly, associate degrees confer kind of the highest, that's an associate first, but then as we see the long-term certificate, so upon earning that first credential, students see a 21% increase, but then if they go on to earn a stackable credential, it's another 20%. And for short-term, it's kind of this fairly steady growth as they're earning additional credentials. Again, within the same field as their first credential. That's why we think of it as being stackable. And so I did do this. So this is the statewide, based on all our statewide averages. I did do this, and in the paper we do it across regions and individual student groups. This is for LA County. Quite similar, so still strong returns across most types of credentials. It does look like there are slightly lower earnings to long-term in Los Angeles County, although then when students stack an additional award, they do see another sizable bump. One of the interesting things that jumped out for me was for short-term certificates, there seems to be that growth or that wage gain after after completing that one short-term certificate, and yet the additional stackable credentials don't seem to pay off in the same way that we see across statewide averages. A lot of this, not surprisingly, I'm sure this is no news to all of you, really is related to what kinds of programs students are completing. And that's what we do see when we do observe differences, again, across regions, across different student groups. A lot of it has to do with what programs they're sorting into. Consistent with other studies and other research from other states and other research on California, health by far confers the greatest value. So students who earn an associate's degree in health often see a doubling of their earnings, so like more than 100% kind of return or gain in completing that credential. Quite a bit of that is driven by associate's degrees in nursing. That's a good chunk of those health associate degrees, and that nursing tends to be one of the highest paid occupations and professions where sub-baccalaureate degrees kind of can put you into that position. Another public and protective services, these actually we observe pretty large short-term, very large wage returns to short-term certificates, which is different than a lot of the other areas where short-term certificates do tend to confer less value. Actually, in public and protective services, students who earn short-term credentials see a higher return than those students that complete associate degrees in public and protective services. We also find very little returns to business and IT credentials, which I suppose may be surprising. What we do see is that students who come to earn business and IT credentials, they often have higher earnings levels when they come back when they go into the community colleges to earn that credential. So they seem to be slightly different students, but we're trying to understand more about why we don't see as large returns as some of the other spaces. And then the other crucial thing is there are some students and some credentials that despite conferring wage returns, low pay levels keep these students at pretty low income levels. And the big one there is the early childhood education, family and consumer sciences. We do see, statistical returns for students that complete them above what they would have made otherwise, but the earnings levels for that occupation just aren't there. And so when we track the students who earn those credentials and even stack those credentials kind of up this pathway, they still, more than 60% are still low income. And in the report, we kind of delve into what that means a bit more, 6 years after finishing that credential. So some of this really points to labor market demand and how that plays into wage levels and what students can earn. As I mentioned, there are also, so this is the same kind of chart. This is looking at these wage returns that we might expect across different student groups and across demographics. And so we see that all groups do benefit from career education credentials, some less than others. So females tend to see larger returns compared to males. African American and Latino students tend to see lower returns than their white and Asian counterparts. This holds true even when we're controlling for, say, a student earning an associate degree in health. When we look at that across racial ethnic groups, we find that African Americans who earn an associate degree in health earn about 30% less than their white and Asian counterparts. And so that's another area where we're really hoping to do more work to try to unpack what some of that might look like, whether it's social networks to get jobs, say, in hospitals, whether it's things structurally related to discrimination and other things. We would like to understand more about why we see those differences. Oh, I'll just also highlight too, we do it by age as well, and so you do see kind of the smallest gain for that older set of students. And so that's something I think this retraining aspect and working with displaced workers, I think that's a particularly difficult place to be. And we do see lower gains for those students when they enter and complete an award at an older age. And so this is, again, kind of going back into what we see in LA County to try to provide maybe some of the differences. And so this is just a quick comparison of students who completed career education credentials in LA County relative to statewide. That's that first red bar. LA County is that green bar, and then I also put up a couple of nearby regions, the Inland Empire, so Riverside and San Bernardino, as well as Orange County. So what jumps out here is there's a higher share of Latino students and African American students completing career education credentials in LA County. And far fewer non-Hispanic white students relative to the state and relative to these nearby regions. And given that we saw that wage returns do vary somewhat by these groups, that could be explaining some of what we see in terms of the returns overall for LA County. And it also could be these programs, what types of programs students are sorting into. Do students in LA County sort into different programs, say, than in other regions? And so here again, the stacked bars are showing you the share of students completing credentials across those 6 broad areas that I showed. In LA, we do see fewer students completing health credentials, which is interesting. And again, health credentials are kind of the highest value credential you can get in the community college career education space. So about 26% of students in LA complete a health career education credential relative to 31% statewide and 37% in the Inland Empire. So those are some differences. You also see a higher share in that family and consumer science, which is kind of the training for preschool teachers, early childhood education, which does tend to be a fairly low pay occupation, even with credentials and the licensing that is required by the state. And you do see a higher share, 21% of students in LA County completing those credentials versus only about 15% statewide and in some other nearby regions. And so finally, I mean, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, you know, a lot of these gains and returns and what we need to do is really being driven by workforce demands, regional workforce demands. And so here we're highlighting a few high-level occupational categories that do all have training opportunities within the career education space in California community colleges. And looking at, so along the horizontal axis is the number of future middle skill jobs that are projected for LA County. So again, middle skill jobs are those filled by workers with some college training but not a 4-year degree. And then the vertical axis is we use regional poverty thresholds to determine what it means if you earn a certain amount, where does that place you based on where you live, along whether you can meet your basic needs. And the main thing to know here is that the higher up you are, the better off you are. And so in the work that we do, we kind of use where the 2 is on the vertical, that's considered kind of a low income field, and anything above that is middle income. And so what you see there is, I mean, there are 2 things. Protective services is clearly, you know, the highest up there, the highest in terms of the regional poverty threshold multiple, but there are far fewer jobs projected in the future. Which contrasts with personal care, where we do see, and a lot of this personal care need really is being driven by our aging population and the need for in-home and different types of supportive services to serve the elderly who are staying in their homes. It's also true that early childhood educators fit into this category in terms of occupations. However, the large growth really is being driven by the needs of our aging population. But there you see this is a low-paid field, even though it's by far, and this is true for the statewide, the picture looks almost exactly the same for statewide. And so this is kind of trying to highlight the tension between training students for in-demand jobs, but also trying to place students in jobs that do have, you know, wage growth that offer people who are in them pathways to middle income to be able to support their families and their, you know, basic needs, housing, and everything else that comes along with living here. Let's see. And then finally, regions. Again, kind of doing all of this at a regional level is really important. We know that labor markets function at regional levels, and there is kind of differences across the state in terms of the demand for middle skill workers. And so you see LA County seems to fit. I mean, obviously, I was going to take out the statewide, because anytime we do statewide, Los Angeles County is what drives our statewide figures, but you can see it's about almost a third, so pretty consistent with those statewide estimates. Those orange bars are what are the projected middle skill jobs by region. You can see, say, in places like the Inland Empire and Central Valley, it's a higher share of jobs, and you have more jobs in the low skill, so that's high school education or less. And you see in places like the Bay Area, a smaller share of jobs are in this middle skill area with more high skill jobs in there. And so this is all in a way to orient to what does this labor market demand look like for students in this training level. We'll leave it at that. Okay. So kind of, wrapping up, it's kind of trying to think about, and this is what our work hopes to inform, is how do we think about ways to improve economic mobility among students who complete these degrees? How can we improve the way they connect to employers in order to respond to those labor force demands? And so we've kind of divided these into student-focused and more institutional-focused. Increasing student support, so including financial aid. There's efforts at the community colleges and with the legislature to incorporate total costs of college, so having housing and different things come into play when you're thinking about financial aid for students. Trying to shorten the pathways, I think that was alluded to by our employer panel, so don't make students back up and go right to the beginning. If they're an MA, try to find a way that their experience or their prior training can put them in a further along place on the path to shorten that time it takes them to start earning. And then also the students really do need to have information provided to them about what pathways look like, what job opportunities are available to them, where they live, and how they can train to access those jobs. And then on the institutional side, and I think this is really what I see in this convening, which is amazing, but ways to connect the educators in the community college system with employers, with workforce development boards to try to understand how they can partner and work together so that the training programs really are responding to those workforce needs and helping students, have a better path through the labor market. And I think, yes, that is it. And there is, sure, I'm happy to answer any questions folks may have. Okay, yes?
Karen, I'm with EDD. My question to you is, oftentimes we have clients that come in and they state that it's taking longer for them to complete their education because of the class sizes, and that each time they try to apply for, to get their degree, the classes are full. So how does that fit into your career pathways statistics, meaning that it's taking, instead of taking exactly 2 years to finish your general education, it's taking 4 and 5, leaving people in a financial struggle as well as discouraged and want to, quit, because you have to work, you know what I'm saying? Because that's just the nature of what it is.
No, I think that's a very good point. I will say that all of the students who are represented in this part of the work have completed a credential, some type of credential, so that is excluding those who say enter a program and never complete it for those very reasons. And I would say the completion rate for career education is slightly higher than it is for the broader community college, but it still is around 55%. So there's plenty of room to improve kind of students who we see enter career education programs to help them figure out how they can get through them. So some of the work, I think, in shortening the pathways really is about colleges being able to clearly map out and meet the student demand for what they want to do in a timely way. I think that's one of the clear ways that the colleges can kind of try to understand how to shorten that pathway and that time to enter the labor force. So it's a very good point. Yes.
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
One question is, will your PowerPoint be made available to us?
It certainly can be. So I will give it to the, yep.
That'll be great.
Yep.
The second question is, do you have any demographics on the student population regarding those who have earned, those groups that you pointed out that have certain statistics behind them? Do you have any student demographics that we from the Workforce Development Board we look at a variety of education opportunities. And if we had maybe some of those demographics, we could say, oh, you know, this person maybe meets this demographic for the community college training better than this person. If you had those kind of demographics, that would be helpful, I think, to us.
Yep, I will say that, so in all of our work, we do have very large technical appendices, which do have quite a bit. And so I presented some things along the lines of race, ethnicity, age breakdowns. We have in this report, and I should say, so the slides here and all of the reports we have are available on our website. Everything is there. This is a presentation I did just for this event, but there are similar slides in a different one, but I'm sure we can get those. But yes, so we have by race, ethnicity, by age, by region, by these different programs students are in. We also have some markers of, say, disadvantage, whether that's that students had been placed in remedial education, whether students were considered low income based on receipt of Pell Grants, whether students were CalWORKs, had ever been enrolled in the CalWORKs program, which is California's Cash Assistance Program. And so we can see kind of across these different programs which students are completing them. So if that's of help, I think that is there. That's a good question. I think we do have information on veterans. I don't know if they're included, but I will look at that. But I do believe, bless you, that information is available to us through the Chancellor's Office data. Thanks. Right, so they're broadly, almost all of them are under this broad category of administration of justice. And I will say that we've heard, at least anecdotally, that some of the returns we may be seeing is certain community colleges were partnering with law enforcement agencies in order to design certificates for advancement. So that may be some of what we are picking up, that, you know, the reason why you saw such a large bump in the earnings was because that certificate was the condition upon which someone received a promotion. That said, the firefighting technology and academies live within this space. I do think that is a relatively, and I never say this word right, remunerative credential. But there is a pretty wide range. But again, administration of justice, which lists things like training to be a probation officer. There are some shorter term certificates that are in basic kind of security procedures, so kind of private security, so it's a broader group. So you may see differences across those different things that students complete. I hope that helps. Okay. Yeah.
When it comes to credentialing, in your study, did the definition of credentialing also take into account third-party industry recognized credentials?
It did not. So these are credentials that are conferred by the community college system in these fields. I will say in some of the fields, such as IT, I do know of programs that are explicitly trying to tie. So I know that we did a lot of catalog searching to kind of understand what pathways look like. And I will say there are several, say in the IT space, that do relate to third parties. So there's a whole series on Cisco networking credentials. There are things of different tech certifications where people are tying it to third-party industry credentials, although that is not what we are measuring. We don't have that connected, although we can kind of see that the Chancellor's Office has created some crosswalks or pathways where you can connect those, but that's not what we're doing. We're only looking at those credentials conferred by community colleges.
All right, thank you so much, Shannon. Thank you, thank you. Big round of applause. Thanks again. Oh, gosh. So data is important, right? Data influences our work every day, and this is what we were talking about earlier this morning. But we're going to move the agenda right along. We're running just a little bit behind schedule. Next on the agenda, we have our afternoon panel session titled Workforce Education Policy, Building Pathways to Success for Students and Employer. The panel would be moderated by our own college president and superintendent, Dr. Erica Androgenis. Please give her and the panelists a warm welcome.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, no, this is fabulous.
Okay. I feel like I've invited them into my home. If I had stylish white furniture, which I don't because I have cats and a kid, so I don't. But if I did, it'd be awesome. Okay, well, that was a great presentation, gave me some great ideas, and as soon as we get everybody mic'd up here, I'll have everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll get started on our panel. Okay, are we all set over there? Yep. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here, continuing to be here. This is a testament to how interested you all are in this information, because you were here when I was here 5 hours ago. So yay, that's awesome. So I'm going to go down the line and have each one of our panelists introduce themselves.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Carolyn Terosis, and I oversee economic and business development for LA County's Workforce Development Department, Workforce Development, Aging, and Community Services, for those who are familiar. And my background is really in economic and social mobility, and that's really what we're trying to do here as a system. I think we are trying to put our friends and neighbors into career pathways that help provide family-sustaining wages and improve communities, and I think all of us on our team are very passionate about our work. Before I came to WEDAX, I've been there for about a year, I was overseeing economic development and affordable housing for LA County CEO, and I think there's a real concerted effort amongst the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we're helping our client populations transition off of county safety net services and into family-sustaining careers. I'm a licensed attorney, and I've represented workers in cases of wage theft, and I came to the county initially to implement the county's wage enforcement program and court-ordered mediation program. So really happy to be here and talk a little bit more about how we're partnering with education, with our workforce development system, and with industry is what we're very focused on in our department. Just by a show of hands, who here is from the workforce development system? Okay, and then who here, yay, and then who here is from the educational system? Okay, lots of them. And is anyone from industry here? Okay, great. Yay. We need to next time we need to have lots of industry partners.
Lots of industry people.
Thanks, that was helpful for us just to know who we're talking to.
Good afternoon, I'm Jessica Koo Kim. I'm the Senior Director of Workforce Development at the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, and also here on behalf of the Center for a Competitive Workforce, one of the regional strong workforce funded projects by the Los Angeles Region Community Colleges. My background is just really doing demand-driven workforce development programs.
Good afternoon, I'm Marty Alvarado. I'm the Executive Vice Chancellor for Educational Services at the California Community College Chancellor's Office. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, okay, wonderful. So for our for the first question, especially in light of what we just heard, hello, I'm going to have each of the panelists talk a little bit about what is the right model of workforce development for a community college? What is the right model that we should be looking at?
Shall I jump
in? Yeah, that would be great.
That feels like a very loaded question. I don't know that there is a single model for workforce development. I think there have been a number of innovations and efforts that have sprung up through the investments over the years across our community colleges. What I would say is that a couple of characteristics of models that I don't think will be a surprise to anyone in this room is obviously it needs to be industry driven and closely partnered with industry. But I think the other things that I would point to is that programs that are, or models that are adaptive, that are continuously improving, because what we know is that the labor market and the jobs and even the situation of employers will not remain static. So how are programs designed to intentionally adapt as they move forward and as they progress? And then models, I think based a lot on what we just heard also, models that are really thinking about the wages and what role we play in employer advocacy, or advocacy with employers, I should say, around increasing wages for occupations that we know are in demand, and how we really think about bringing in ecosystems of partners, community agencies, state organizations that can really help support this advocacy for increased labor. I think increasingly as our economy changes, we have to really be thinking about what are employment conditions and what's the social employment contract for workers, and how we think about integrating those elements into our programs.
I would completely agree with what she said. First, data-driven. So we saw the great data that was up there, but data's only good as you use it, right? So if we aren't focusing on the middle-scale occupations that are coming, that are in demand, that are growing in our region, but we're making the investments in our lower wage, lower scale opportunities, then it's a disservice. So I would say, one, start with the data. Two, it has to be industry driven. So oftentimes we create credentials, we create pathways with employers are not at the table. And then it's, here's a program we created for you. Just like in education and workforce, we wouldn't like that. I'm sure our employer partners also wouldn't like that. So it has to be industry driven. And last word, I would just say, we need to think about the success marks that we're trying to accomplish. So if it is that pathway into employment, how is that reverse engineered and built in collaboratively? So we talked about housing, we talked about all these other issues. So including our 7 workforce development boards in the region, including our adult education, our K through 12, our community-based organizations to come in and be a partner for student success, I would say is also an important piece of that.
And I would echo these comments, but I would also say we know that we are in theoretical full employment, and I think this has probably already been talked about today. The individuals who are coming through the public workforce system are those with multiple barriers. So I think we have shifted in this economy to be serving individuals in a very holistic way, partnering with our community-based organizations. Now, how does that pertain to a better partnership with community colleges, though, and what's the right model for them? I think that we can always do a better job of bringing the community colleges to the table at the beginning of when we're creating these programs, and also bringing the workforce development boards to the table to leverage that funding so that we're not in silos in the programs that we're developing. I think since I've been at WEDEX, we've really engaged with the employers first to figure out, okay, what is it that you need? Where is your gap? And then how can we bring in the community college? And really, in theory, it would be an organic partnership where we're bringing industry, workforce, and the colleges together at the outset and training individuals for jobs that are already open and available to them, because the individuals that we are seeing in the workforce system have multiple barriers, and they need those wraparound services.
And I think it's fair to say that the workforce investment system, WIOA, all of that really is designed for an ongoing relationship between the workforce investment boards and the community colleges. It's supposed to be in all of our plans. It's supposed to be tied to strengthening workforce. And I think that that is something that we've been dealing with, actually dating back to when I was a career technical dean back in about 2007 or so. There was a big push statewide for community colleges and workforce investment boards to work together. So much so that, you know, every one of our conferences, our California Community College Occupational Educators Conference, we had to have workforce investment board representatives there, and we needed to have a plan, and we needed to do all these things. We didn't do it, which is why we're still talking about it 10 years later. So I think it's definitely a place where we could improve. And I think if we could crack that nut, it would be huge.
And I think that we really want to partner with labor in doing a lot of this work. I mean, maybe we'll get to that discussion, but if we are trying to begin with the end in mind, we know that there is organized labor who has a pipeline of career pathways that have a pension and benefits and will help upskill and upwage our individuals that we're working with. So I think to the extent we can, working with those employers that have those opportunities in labor has always been a great partner of ours.
Okay. So, you know, again, I'm going to go back to my experience, and we struggled with this 10 years ago. I think we're still struggling with it, especially with our last speaker. But the question I have is, why are we still struggling to understand what credentials are relevant to industry? And I'm going to couch that a little bit in the fact that we have two pushes going on in the state of California. One is we really want people to get degrees. We want them to get degrees. We want them to transfer or go into the workforce depending on what that degree is in. But then we have certificates, we have skills competency awards, we have all those kinds of things. And in some ways, we really haven't done a great job capitalizing on those. And so what is your thought? Why are we still struggling with that?
I would say one is education. So I'm sitting there with a group of employers in bio, and we're talking about the community college talent that's coming out. And they tell me, oh, we don't hire them because they don't do lab hours. I was like, what do you mean they don't do lab hours? Let me pull up the website and show you exactly how many lab hours they're doing. And it was this revolution for those employers in the room to understand what is being taught. If you haven't walked onto a community college in 10 years, it looks completely different. And it was interesting for the employers when we looked at the hours. It turned out some of our community colleges are getting more lab hours than our university partners because the way the community colleges are structured. So I would say, one, how do we regionally and collectively educate employers? And I would say then, two, how do we collectively engage? It's great that Donald with Kaiser is here, but how do we ask Kaiser to keep coming to your conversation, to 21 community colleges, 7 workforce development boards, 81 K through 12 school districts. No employer wants to engage across all of those individually. It would literally take a meeting a day for the entire year. It's too much. But also, when they engage, how do we show them that their intelligence that they shared was infused directly into the credentials, infused directly into curriculum, and updated in real time? We need policies, we need support so that our curriculum can be updated like this, in business time, in real time. And how do we create that? So some of the work that the LA Community Colleges funded is funding that regional engagement. Last year, we convened the 4 largest public accounting firms with the community colleges to sit around a huge executive conference room and talk about these things. We need to make it seamless for industry, but we also then need to show them that return on investment.
Happy to jump in. I think I couldn't agree more in terms of the education component. I think about a concept that has been floated around called the big blur between, often it's referencing K-12 and community college, high school and community college, but I also think, how are we thinking about blurring the lines? I think, as folks were talking about earlier, between where learning happens and where we're documenting learning and how we're documenting learning to really honor the experiences and the application. I feel like I need to say my degrees are in philosophy, but I spent a couple of decades on the workforce side in community college. And when I think about where the economy is going, what employers are looking for, it is this blending of higher order thinking skills, complex problem solving, as well as the application. And what students are really looking for is a way to dig into the relevancy early on. And so how are we thinking about blurring the lines, and where are those conversations? A conversation we were having on the way over here was also how focused we get on creating programs as opposed to solving problems. And so when we think about this blurring of the lines, what problems are we trying to solve relative to teaching and learning and education and workforce and employment? And how do we see those things as complex and interchangeable, and the intersectionality of those, and what that means for how we design instruction, teaching, learning, and employment trajectories?
And that has to be driven by employers. So the professional development, we need funding to allow our faculty, our teachers, our career advisors to go out and talk with employers and sit with employers. You can tell last week, we're down the street at Takeda, they had 15 department managers all talking about their workforce needs. And the 13 faculty in the room were furiously taking notes. And we're gonna go back to them with an ask. But it's that type of regional engagement that allows faculty. I can't tell you how many times in digital media and entertainment a faculty gets to go out on a company tour and they learned an occupation they were teaching to no longer exists, and they left the industry 3 years ago. So we also need to invest in education. We need employers at the table to open their doors, to invest in that time, because we do see a shift. We see a shift in foundations funding private entities to solve the education gap. We see employers opening up their own schools. They invest a ton in their internal training. So if community colleges are to remain relevant, especially in a market that has a lot of forces, threats, and opportunities right now, we got to take a look at the upskilling as well of the professionals who are delivering the career advice, delivering the training.
I would agree with that, and I would just add, we've met with employers, specifically in digital media, who are literally running their own training programs, paying for them themselves, not leveraging their partners in the community colleges or the workforce system, and to me, that's a failure. I think through policy, we need to incentivize business engagement first. We need to incentivize forward-thinking innovation in terms, and that's why I really love this conference, the future of work, right? We can't think about what jobs are here today. We also need to be thinking about what jobs are going to be here 5 years, 10 years, and we need to be working that into our curriculum in the community colleges. I also think we need to change the mindset amongst employers, like you mentioned, Jessica, around accepting these credentials as value add and not having the stigma around you must have a 4-year degree. I think a lot of the people that we're training them specifically for work, and they have the skills that are much more transferable than, for example, a philosophy degree in a 4-year university.
Or a history degree.
Right, or political science.
Yeah.
That's what I studied. And I can tell you when I exited law school, no one was trained to actually be
Right,
a lawyer.
exactly.
You get all of the training on the job. So if we have individuals participating in these programs in college, that needs to be value added for these employers. And I think just having that conversation with everyone at the table is what we need to be doing.
That's why they call it the practice of law.
Yeah, and then I guess the question is, how do we say, like, all of us here together are going to work on systemic change? What are we going to do when we come back to this conference next year to say, we've worked on this and we're coming forward, with a to-do list?
Right. It's almost like we need a brand new version of a DACM analysis of every single one of our, I know I'm going back some years, I know that. But it's almost like we need to do that, kind of break the entire thing down to build it back up. And I think part of it goes with, I think I mentioned this earlier today, that we have a culture that's really pushing on everybody needs a degree, and we value that, and I think if you look at the earning potential for people, even regardless of what level of degree it is, if it's a high school diploma, if it's an associate degree, if it's a bachelor's degree, but in that we keep also signaling how important these credentials are, how important this value added, the idea of a value added certificate is really important, but it's only important if industry recognizes it and if industry hires people who have that on their resume and doesn't say, oh, well, I don't see an associate degree here, I see these credentials, and that gets back to the comments that were made or the research that was offered about stackable credentials, which are in some ways, especially depending on the industry, as valuable as somebody who has earned a degree.
Absolutely.
And what we have to do is get away from the idea that I'm a heretic for saying that at an institution that grants degrees. And I think we need to, move to that. So I'm going to change directions just a tiny bit. So right now, industry is experiencing significant external pressures. There's a lack of housing, there's increased traffic, regulatory burdens. How does that weigh in on the policy approach to workforce development?
Want me to go first? Yeah, I think that I can just tell you what we've done from the county's perspective. We know that it is more, the county has raised the minimum wage, the state has raised the minimum wage, the cost of labor is generally speaking the most expensive cost for most of these businesses. We have taken this proactive approach to educating the business community about all of the different incentives that they can avail themselves of if they work with our public workforce system. And I think we've brought some of our community college partners to the table to offer non-credential training at no cost to our participants. Now, how do we help incentivize individuals who might be in a minimum wage job, then also upskill and up wage by going into a training program for a better job or a career pathway when they don't have any sort of stipend to participate in that training program? So another thing I think that we've done from a policy perspective is really advocate for stipends for individuals as they're participating in training programs. And we know that WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, does not pay for that. However, there's a lot of new flexible sources of funding either coming down from the governor, coming down from Measure H at the county, using those funds in a flexible way to help individuals realize, hey, you know, I might be in a dead-end minimum wage retail job, but there are opportunities for me here. You know, we started a program to get individuals with barriers into county employment, and I think destigmatizing some of the individuals that are experiencing these barriers, so working, for example, on our countywide Fair Chance hiring campaign, going to businesses and letting them know, look, there are business incentives, there are actual individuals who will walk in, some of them are here, I see Michael in the back, I see some of our BSRs around the room, literally sitting with the business and walking them through all of the different tax credits, subsidized wages, bonding assistance, et cetera, that they can use. And then also, I think we have this jobs housing imbalance, obviously, and you're talking here about what can we do from a policy perspective. So we've really been looking at putting the, for example, rapid rehousing system in collaboration with the workforce development system, because a lot of the people coming through the workforce development system are housing insecure. Now we can put them into a job and stabilize them in a job, but if they're not stabilized in housing, that is a problem, and it's a problem that we're seeing more and more frequently. So working, Phil Ansell of our Homeless Initiative has put together a Homeless and Employment Task Force, really looking at that from a policy perspective as well, marrying the two, and like I mentioned earlier, wraparound services for the whole person, not just an individual service. And I could go on, but I won't ramble.
Yeah, no, I would echo the same thing in terms of bring your partners to the table. There needs to be funding for this collaborative work. There needs to be a sense of partnership. So if you're a community college like here, do you know Foothill has one of the best foster youth programs in the region? They work with a ton of foster youth. They have a ton of community-based organizations working with them. Could we leverage their resources, leverage their expertise so that your staff aren't overwhelmed? These are systems that have been built over decades, that have established these relationships and have figured out how to leverage their funding and get creative and put it to work. And so I would say between your community-based organizations, your workforce development boards, you need to partner.
I would put an exclamation point next to partnerships and everything that was actually just said. I think two things I might add just from a tactical, practical focus for the community colleges is our Board of Governors has actually requested that we commission a study, fund and commission a study on trying to understand the housing challenges across our institutions, both for our students and for our workforce. Community colleges have more than 90,000 employees across our system. In many communities, we are the largest economic driver, economic engine for the community in the region, and we tend to lose sight of that at times. And then the other component of this that we're also really focused on is increasing financial aid for students and covering the full cost of college, including housing, food, childcare, all the other components.
Yes, definitely. So, so here's another question that gets at another piece of the puzzle. How is a lack of common language or nomenclature creating barriers to effective industry and academic government partnerships? For example, when we say soft skills, what does that actually mean? And is that the same as business intelligence or mindset? No. And are we all really on the same page or not? How about that?
In short, no. So I would say from employer to employer, it means something different. From industry to industry, it means something different. No one size fits all. Or as someone else said, no one size fits none. So I would say, you know, as I hear and I talk with education about stackable credentials, when I turn to employers, I never use that language. It doesn't mean anything to them unless it's their stackable credential. And so I think sometimes in terms of how we engage, competencies. The number one thing employers tell me is, don't just list the course for the community college student, list the competencies that they've obtained. List what they're going over. So biotech, list that you took a chemistry class, because most bio companies want something in chemistry. Oddly enough. And so as we talk to employers, the business and the soft skills, that intelligence, the number one thing, though, that I do hear from employers is that they understand why they're doing what they're doing. I would say when you make this decision, why we make this decision, so that you don't make the wrong decision and cost us money. So typically for employers, it's about the bottom line. There are good employers who invest in a ton of other things as well, but they are trying to make a profit. So understanding why we don't turn left and we go right is really important that they want their employees to know, as well as the work experience. We pulled over 400 employers, and that previous work experience is so crucial. So when we talk about work experience, perhaps in education we think work-based learning, right? So we're trying to do the tours, we're trying to do the internships, we're trying to do anything and everything that we can, but sometimes that doesn't translate for the student then into the resume and then into the business world. So I would say no. I think we need to, when we're talking to business, to talk in business language, and if we're not the right faculty, we're not the right career center person, find the person on your campus who can really relate to it and bring them in, or bring a partner like your local workforce development board that is composed of over 50% businesses to come and be a partner as you advocate and outreach.
I would just also add that some of the work that, for example, LAEDC has done and the Chamber has done around convening industry partnerships and industry councils is really valuable, and I just caution that we do this in a systematic way across the entire region. I think too often we kind of worry, for example, we have 7 workforce development boards, we're worrying about what's happening in our area, but how are we discussing what's happening as a region? I think we said that LA County is the 5th largest economy in the country at this point. I think Gavin Newsom just said that last week. How are we making sure that it is the driver, the engine of this huge economy, that we are all together in our approach rather than siloed? So having those industry councils region-wide I think is really important, because there you are identifying exactly what the needs are and tailoring to that. I also think plain languaging a lot of this information for industry when we go out and speak with them. There's way too much government jargon, and so we've actually tried to say, we're the county, we're here to help. Just for point of reference, there are 16 different departments in LA County that deal with businesses, 16 county departments. So just going from place to place to get the right information in and of itself is a burden. How do we streamline that process and make things a lot easier for the people that we're trying to serve rather than having administrative burdens? We're very passionate about making sure that we're doing process efficiencies as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is another loaded question. Thank you, Jesse Torres. I think to a lot of these points, we've gotten so caught up in our jargon, our language, our programs, our services, that we lose sight of the problems we're trying to solve. And I would go back to something I think you said earlier. A couple of decades later, we're still talking about the same problems. It begs the question of how intentional is every party at the table around trying to solve those problems. Right. So I loved hearing that employers are talking about different skills, not just showing up on time, because often that's what gets translated with soft skills is they show up on time, and it's sort of a proxy for they look like me, they behave like me, they operate in the ways that I am familiar and comfortable with, as opposed to these higher order thinking skills. They can understand complex problems, they know how to make decisions, they can explain the rationale behind the decision making. And so I think really figuring out cross-sector leaders, I'm going to say that again, cross-sector leaders who have experience in education, in government, in state agencies, in workforce, in industry sectors, who can not just translate, but really broker integrated relationships that unpack what is the problem, that we're trying to solve, that we coalesce around, not just how do we translate enough for me to build my program that I then market to you, right? And I say that on both sides of the house, because industry comes with a lot of games as well. By the way, I'll support you and be on your advisory as long as I can get a teaching gig with you as well, right? I mean, so it goes a lot of different ways, and until we start really being clear about what problem are we trying to solve, we will continue to swirl, and it distracts us from actually making movement on the real issues.
And I think you got to one of our key issues, and that is one of competition. It's competition within business, because obviously they have a profit margin and they want to be a leader or driver in their industry. But then there's a pretty wicked piece of competition on the community college side. And, you know, we're broken up into districts. And, you know, we have this anomaly in LA County where there are actually 21 community colleges in LA County, 19 of which belong to the LA Orange region, and 2 of them belong to the South Central region, or the South Coast region, which I used to be in when I was at Santa Barbara City College and Oxnard College, which was kind of weird because we had a region that covered 3 counties. And it's hard to partner together. Similarly, and I always felt badly for those 2 colleges from LA County, College of the Canyons and Antelope Valley, because there was all this other stuff happening with the LA EDC and other groups, but they were tied to another region. So it's a long way of getting to the question, and I think it's true with workforce investment boards too, is we all kind of step on each other's toes in a lot of ways. You know, we're all supposed to be one big family and sing Kumbaya, but we don't. And in the California Community College system, even with the new student-centered funding formula, we're still inherently competitive with one another. So I guess I'm going to throw that back to you and say, what do you see as the Chancellor's Office response and responsibility to that? Well,
I will say a couple of things, and I should probably, apologies if this is a little bit long-winded. I come from the LA region. This was born and raised here in the LA region. This was my home. This is my home. What I would say is my first job was actually at Disney. And so I can appreciate competition. And yet what we understand from that is we take care of our staff and faculty, right? Because that's who is the face of our business, right? And I'm just pulling from the Disney training, years of Disney training. We also understand that market share is really built on customer experience, right? And so we can compete, we can focus on the competition across our organizations, but if we really focused on our staff and employees and on creating the student experience that really drew in the students in the market that we're looking for, whether it's employers, whether it's students, whether it's community partners, we would get a lot farther than focusing on the inherent competition across our organizations, right? And then we have to really lean into and cultivate our brand and our assets, right? I think about the new Disney streaming, right? They are using all the years of their value add and product that they've developed to create a unique experience. And so how are we really thinking about that? If we understand that the economy is changing, we understand that what users are looking for is completely changing. Again, whether that's students or community partners or employers, how are we adapting, rebranding, evolving what we do in order to be able to really appeal to the broader audiences? I think that's really fundamental to the student-centered funding formula. We need to be solving problems for the students who need us the most, and that's what's underneath the student-centered funding formula. I think the responsibility of the Chancellor's Office, just to get very pointed to your question, is to continue to advocate for increased funding. We ask community colleges to do everything, to figure out food insecurity, right? To figure out food insecurity, to meet the demands of the time, to serve their communities in comprehensive ways, to transfer, to do all of these things, and yet we know that our institutions are underfunded. And so we're asking everyone to join us in the fight to increase funding for community colleges so that they can actually meet the needs, and that we aren't setting up situations where we are trying to take money from one another rather than focusing on trying to figure out the best services for our students. The last thing I would just point to is, again, cross-sector leaders. We cannot solve the problems by ourselves. We need community partners, and that requires a shift in our workforce, right? The skills and competencies and experiences that our internal workforce has for community colleges, and so that's also an area where I would encourage folks to lean in.
I would just add that, we unfortunately are very funding driven, like was mentioned, and I think that if we really want to shift the mindset away from this competitive approach, I think that takes a policy shift at a state and federal level to ensure that the funding is delivered to partnerships of individuals, or not individuals, entities that are collaborating together. So incentivizing grant opportunities, funding opportunities coming down from the state that really talk to this cross-sector model, this collaborative model. I think in effect, you kind of force individuals to come and work together rather than compete for those dollars. You have to compete all together. So I would say, one, I think we need some advocacy around policy shifts at a state level about how this funding is being delivered. And then looking regionally, you know, we have 5 supervisorial districts, we have 88 different cities, we have all of the community colleges, we have all the workforce development areas and the America's Job Centers. Everyone is in their individual silo. You know, if you do have this cross-sector partner, does that get to this issue? Does having a regional industry council get to this issue? I think those are some things that we all collectively need to work together on if we really feel that we're going to move the needle here. Because really, the federal funding incentivizes serving a high volume of individuals,
Right.
at least in the workforce system. I think we know that we also need high touch.
Right.
So how do we bring our partners to the table for these increasingly high touch experiences to serve our populations?
Can I just add one more thing to you? I would also say that our greatest competition is not one another. Right? It is the employers who are creating their own training programs. It's the for-profits. It's ASU coming in and setting up shop in California.
Now,
right?
where did Christian Osmina go? Just saying.
I know. That is our greatest competition, is outside of our community college system. And so we need to stay focused on where we need to stay focused and really look at the data around where our market share is going and how we attract increased market share and how we evolve in order to be able to attract increased market share.
So if you want to see that data for the report, there is a Crossroads report that the community colleges in the region funded themselves to look at the market forces, threats, and opportunities. So you can visit the Center for Competitive Workforce website, and you can find that. But I would also say it also has to come with the funding for the infrastructure. So competition is there because we don't have an infrastructure in order to seamlessly connect across the region. So we all fund our own individuals to find internships. We all fund our own individuals to find jobs. We leverage different systems, which is fine. But a part of it is that. So what I will say is in the LA region and for every employer here, come the new year, the community colleges will be launching their Workforce and Education Partner Portal, CCW. So they've used their Regional Strong Workforce Program dollars to fund a singular portal where you, the employer, can connect across all 19 community colleges. So if you needed an intern, you had a job opportunity, you developed a new battery technology and needed to find who has the cohort, the constituents, the training, you're interested in partnering, you could seamlessly engage across all 19 community colleges. The hope of CCW is that eventually we speak with our workforce boards, our K through 12, our adult education, our unions, our CBOs, and it becomes this infrastructure for LA County, for us, the workforce and education practitioners, to stop duplicating work so that we can then invest more on the employer relationships rather than finding all of these opportunities. So it's like, dang, I wanted to participate in that apprenticeship opportunity, didn't even know it existed. We'd have a system where we can connect.
And I think that, you know, in a perfect world, we would obviously approach this in an equitable manner rather than having all of these one-off special programs to employ our priority populations. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but some cities and counties employ what's called a consolidated wait list for affordable housing. I think we need a consolidated wait list for, and I think, you know, Jessica and LEEDC is trying to do this, obviously, but I don't think we should have to work outside of our system to build these portals. I think this should be part of what we're doing with our system and making sure that we're taking people and putting them into these high road job opportunities in an equitable way.
Well, we are in charge of getting our group caught up on time, so I'm going to give us, no, that's okay. What we're going to do is have kind of a closing thought from each one of you about if there's something you want everyone in the room, regardless of where they come from, education, industry, public employment, wherever they come from, if there's one thought you want them to walk away from this panel with, what is it? We'll start with you.
I would say that be open to these partnerships and kind of disavow yourself of this assumption that we're all competing with each other. I know that this has been talked about, but I would love to convene, you know, a network of all of our partners here around certain job opportunities. I would love to be able to increase the number of apprenticeships that we have statewide, and not just traditional roles, but really these non-traditional pathways. So it's very, very clear to our participants where the opportunities are for them. And I I would just say, like, I hope that we all can move the needle on policy to incentivize good policy at the state level to award funding in a forward-thinking direction. And please, let's hopefully keep the conversation going.
I would say when I hear the word skills gap, there's two things that come to mind. One, when I'm talking with an employer, well, who are you partnering with to close it? Are you contributing to the conversation? Because the only way to close the skills gap is to have more people with the right skills in order to close that skills gap. So I would say if you're an employer in this room, I hope you're encouraged to know that our workforce and education institutions definitely want to partner with you, are setting up ways for you to do it seamlessly and strategically across the region. And if you're in education in this place, closing the skills gap, what are we also doing? What are we identifying? What are the skills that we are lacking in teaching the students and the participants we work with? What are the occupations where we as a region are oversupplying talent and then wondering why our students aren't getting hired? Or we're undersupplying or not even training for some of those regions. So the reports that CCW is putting out that takes a look at both the demand and the supply side, which we did for the community colleges, are doing for the CSUs and hope to do with our 7 workforce development boards, will also contribute to that conversation so that we are working smarter.
I would just share and encourage folks to think about and recognize that the future of work is not something that's happening out there.
Right.
It's actually happening within each of our organizations, and we are either aware of it and contributing to the upskilling and reskilling internally to our own organizations, or not. And so I would really encourage folks to think about, if you aren't coming with a learner's mindset, you are also part of the challenge, right, that our systems are having in the evolution. And I say that lovingly, and I want to thank everyone for all of their work on this, because these are hard conversations and hard things to move forward.
And I want to encapsulate all of that, because I agree with everything each of you said. And I want to say that the other emphasis that we have to have as a system, and when I say a system, it's a system of all of us working together for economic and workforce development, and that is we have to do it with a key focus on equity and closing the achievement gap when it comes to equity. And what that means is we need to be focused on making sure that we have ways for every population we have in LA County and in the state of California to get the skills that they need. And that may mean dealing with language barriers. Okay, so there's a language barrier. How do we jump over that barrier? How do we fix it? Skills barrier, first generation, skill, whatever it is, our focus, as much as it is on the skills that our future workers or our current workers who are looking to better their skills to get a better wage, a better job, whatever it is, we cannot lose sight of the importance of focusing on equity, because we have one of the most diverse populations in the country, in the world, and we need to be prepared, all of us, our entire system, to meet every single person when they show up at our door. And if we can do that, then the future of work looks pretty darn bright in Southern California. So thank you to our fabulous panelists, and thank you to all of you for being here. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, wait a minute, nobody move. We got some Q&A here. We have one question in the back right there. Right.
Those technologies, thank you, those technologies that are needed to provide the needed skills to our students. That's one question. Second question, and this is sort of a little bit taking a 30,000-foot level look at things. We know that we have a time frame for people to finish up and go out and go to work. We also, you know, when we're looking at future planning, we know that somewhere out there, there's a point at which something bad is going to happen if we don't do that. Okay, and is there anyone who's taking a look at all of the other factors, economic factors and eco factors that are coming into play? And, excuse me, at what point do we know that those are going to reach a critical point? And really kind of plotting out what happens, because in the in the last sessions, we saw that there was really a bell curve between the millennials coming on and us baby boomers exiting. And in between there, we have all these students who've gone to college and gotten degrees, and now they're being crushed economically by student debt, okay? And the earnings are not going up, okay? They're depressed. And what happens if all the baby boomers exit the workforce and then need assistance from, you know, perhaps their children or grandchildren? Grandchildren can't help them because they've got all this debt, okay? And pretty soon you reach a point where no business has customers because the customers don't have money. And when that happens, there's no such thing as a business. So at what point do all those lines come together, and where do we go to avoid that?
So I'm going to answer the education piece, and then I'm going to throw it to my folks over here to talk about the business, business vision. So when it comes to your idea about why can't we have adjuncts go out and learn these skills, I think it's really important that in this case, we need to make sure that our full-time faculty teaching at every community college in California, who are often the architects, the ones who keep curriculum relevant, the ones who, you know, are right there with our students, which isn't to say that the adjuncts aren't there. So I do think that there's a place for adjunct professional development, absolutely. But I would actually offer that equally important is that all of our full-time faculty are also the ones saying, you know, I want to go out and learn what's new in this industry. I want to do this externship over the summer. I want to do, there are so many ways for our faculty to get retrained or, you know, not even retrained, it's additional training, it's value added, it's where is the industry going? Absolutely, that needs to happen, but I wouldn't put it in at the feet of adjuncts because that's not fair to them, and it's really important for our full-time faculty too. And then from an economic?
I would just assure you that we are looking at business intelligence and labor market information on a daily basis, obviously getting information from LAEDC, but moreover, you know, we have economic modeling software, so we're looking at not only the jobs of today, but what jobs have been growing versus shrinking, what jobs are we losing, what jobs are we growing, and I would say, unfortunately, we know that retail and food service in LA County is increasing in the number of people that we're employing at a low wage, while we have, for example, manufacturing, unfortunately, on the decline. So how do you adjust your strategy based on that information? And then I would let you know that, you know, we engage with UCLA and USC, UCLA Anderson Forecast often to ensure that we're looking at kind of the micro trends in LA County. And all we can do is adapt to that information and make sure, because we don't just see ourselves as workforce development professionals, we see ourselves as economic development professionals. What jobs are we creating out there by helping developing businesses that are going to employ our workers and businesses with good wages and benefits, et cetera. So truly, it's not just, okay, how did we train people today, but it is how did we develop our partnerships and scale up businesses to employ our workforce in those industries. So like Jessica mentioned, bioscience is a big focus right now. Healthcare services we've also targeted. We know that across the board is growing for each of our workforce development areas, and we are not training enough people to get into those jobs. Additionally, breaking down some of the barriers and the stigma associated, for example, with justice-involved individuals, homeless individuals, people, former addicts, et cetera, that we're trying to get into these jobs, specifically in the healthcare services sector, where there are a lot of barriers. So could certainly use everyone's help here as
Sure.
well. And I see Kaiser, so we'll have a conversation after.
The fastest sector of our workforce is, the fastest growing sector of our workforce is the older group. So it's our older workers. So yes, really quickly as an EDC, we focus on export-oriented industries because they have positive ripple effects to grow our economy, hence creating more jobs, improving the lives of. So healthcare, although is a major employer in our region, is not one of those export-oriented industries. So we love that the chamber focuses on healthcare and does that work. So as an EDC, yes, we're doing that, as well as attracting foreign direct investment into the region. So we are looking at that, as well as automation and the things to come. So I would say yes. And so for the adjunct faculty, on December 6th, we have a digital media and entertainment and a bioscience industry council at LA Biomed and Entercom. So it's open to all. It's funded by the community colleges, and it's purposely for that, to convene industry, to talk with faculty, to increase work-based learning, employment, understand industry trends, and foster those relationships so that you can take this regional opportunity and take it home.
Okay. Do you have anything or no?
I think the only thing I would just add is that at the state level, I think this is the conversation daily in just about every meeting. And the governor, as most of you I'm sure are aware, has put together a future of work commission to try to think about what this looks like moving forward. And I would just say for the community colleges, this question of how do we ensure that our currently marginalized, who will continue to be increasingly marginalized as the economy changes, that's at the core of all of the reforms that have been moved forward.
Okay, we have time for one more quick question, right there. We got to get a mic to her.
Coming with a mic.
Yay!
Mics scare me. My name is Diane Russell Carter. I'm the Executive Director for the Foothill Workforce Development Board here in Pasadena, and I'm one of the 7 Workforce Development Boards of LA County with my 2 colleagues, Jessica and Caroline, sitting on the stage. Very proud, excellent job. I want to talk about, just really briefly, I'm an old-time workforce development, I'm a 30-year professional, and the evolution of workforce development has been just, I can't say that evolutionary is the only thing really that you can call it. And when you look at the history, and I think maybe in some scenarios, some platform, we should do the evolution of workforce development, which started back in 1935 with a project, the WPA project from President Roosevelt. So as being a workforce development professional and seeing the word, the title, and the work now encompass so many groups, I think that we have the ability to do so much as a team.
Yes.
And if we can ever get through that, the silos, the walls of the silos, that sometimes they don't make here locally. You know,
Right.
They do it in Washington, they do it in Sacramento. But I can say on behalf of LA County, and there were 6 of my colleagues here today, we have pushed through those walls. And we'll
Awesome.
continue to do it.
That
And
is
we
great.
we recognize our community college partners. We help you for all of your we thank you for all of your assistance. And I think we just need to forge on. And it's just like earlier we talked about the millennials and how they impact us. I say we go with them because there's more of them than there is of us.
That's true.
And we have to change. You know, what we do in partnership is a big part of it. So I just wanted to introduce myself. This is my local workforce development area, and I welcome all of you. Thank you for attending.
Thank you. All right. Well, with that,
Thank you, Diane.
with that, I just want to again say thank you to our fabulous panel and thank you to all of you. And I think there's a lot of exciting things going on, and there's a lot we still need to do, but I am the eternal optimist, so I think it's all possible. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, panel. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. There's snacks in the back. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, grab some snacks, mingle a little bit, and then we're gonna finalize this event by having a fireside chat with our CEO of the LA Chamber, Maria Salinas, and our Vice Chancellor of Economic Workforce Development, Sheni Weber. All right, all right. Ooh, this is loud. Sorry. Okay, well, I hope you've had a really great day so far. Can I hear some noise if you have? Make me feel better, a little bit louder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we've benefited a lot from these discussions, and there's a lot of key takeaways. This is really loud. Can we get it lower, maybe? Thanks. All right, well, to help us make sense of all of this, I've asked two leaders to come and chit-chat with us and sit with me for a bit to talk about really their own perspective on the future of work. These two ladies are instrumental in the work that we do. Please help me welcome Maria Salinas, President and CEO of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. Come on out. Thank you. And a member, feel free to have a seat right here. There you go. We're gonna make it cozy, yeah. And a member of Governor Newsom's new Future of Work Commission, yes. And Sheni Weber, our Vice Chancellor of Economic and Workforce Development for the California Community College Chancellor's Office. Please help me welcome them both. All right, I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna do this a little bit differently, you guys. This is truly a fireside chat, so I'm gonna challenge all of you to come a little bit forward. Can we just pretend like we're in our living room? Let's come up, let's come forward, because I really want this to be a chat. I don't wanna wait till the end for Q&A. I would encourage questions throughout our conversation so it's fresh in your mind. But I would really love a larger audience up front. Hey, students, get up front. Thank you, thank you. All right. We've got some migrating over. Thank you for making me feel better. All right, well, thank you, ladies, for joining us. Thank you. You're very welcome. I think we'll start off just real quickly, talk about just a brief intro of your area of expertise and the organizations you run. And then we'll go from there. We'll do a little chit-chatting.
Sure. Sounds good. Want me to go ahead and start? Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Salinas. I'm the president and CEO of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Going on my second year with the Chamber. I have a private industry background, having been in finance with Ernst & Young. I worked at the Walt Disney Company for many years. I held my own business before starting here at the Chamber. The Chamber is the lead advocate for businesses. We are a regional chamber. We consider ourselves covering 5 counties. A lot of the issues that we tackle go beyond LA County, so we definitely take a regional focus to what we're doing. We have over 1,500 members. Our membership is something I'm really proud of, with not only businesses, but nonprofits, educational institutions, and really a broad cross-section from across the business community and just the community here in Los Angeles. I'm really happy to be in Pasadena. It's my hometown, so thank you for having me.
Thank you. Do you want to share your role, a little bit about your role on the Future of Work Commission a little bit?
Yes. So in September, or I guess it was late August, I was appointed to the governor's new commission, the Future of Work. That commission is looking not only at the landscape of work today, but what that could look like in the future. What I like about the commission's focus is that it's not just about technology. It's about some of the real challenges that we're facing today, whether it's low-wage work or increasing the number of participants into the work field. So I'm really excited of being on that commission, and in fact, we've defined 6 meetings, and we've done 2, and our third one is actually this Thursday out in Riverside.
Excellent, excellent. Shani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here today, and I want to thank Pasadena City College for hosting this conference and this conversation. This is important because I think change happens, and it starts with ideas and conversations that lead to action. And so these conversations are important for us to be having, and this is the time to do it. I'm Shani Weber. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development at the California Community College's Chancellor's Office. I oversee about $1 billion in a portfolio of economic and workforce development programs, including Strong Workforce, K-12 Strong Workforce, Adult Ed, apprenticeships, Perkins, nursing, and a few other miscellaneous areas. And I've been in my position for about 10 months now. I came 18 years from Long Beach City College. So I do have the community college on the ground experience and perspective, which I think sometimes at the state level, there isn't a lot of that, just because of the nature of a state agency. And we're trying to change that and bring in more community college perspective. Marty and I work very closely together, and that's always top of mind for us.
Thank you, thank you. You know, we had some really strong key takeaways throughout the day today, and I think that might help us inform our conversation right now. And some of those key takeaways were talking a lot about system changes, about system integration, about education really being forced to look at new and innovative models of teaching. We also talked a little bit about, as I frantically took notes, so I did my homework. And we really talked a lot about, the modern workforce is driven by data. It's task-based. It's fluid and dynamic, and it's more interconnected than ever before. And a lot of those key takeaways really came from the conversation about millennials and their place in the work, and really what is driving the future of work. Although future of work is now, it's not out there, as one of our panelists mentioned. But when we take all of these into consideration, these variables into consideration, these pain points, these challenges, opportunities, whatever we want to call them, what would you say what would you say is a true problem that we're trying to solve here? Are we really trying to solve a systems problem, or are we trying to solve an awareness problem? Senator Portantino gave a beautiful example about what they're doing in China, and how easily they're so agile and flexible to the needs and the demands of their businesses. Taking all of that into consideration, what would you say is one of the biggest problems we're trying to solve here? Within your own system, within this as a collective group, or within your own organization?
Yeah, I think of it, obviously I'm coming at it from the business perspective, and the conversations that we're having with business organizations, I think, and not so much looking at it from the educational lens, but certainly what we are trying to do is ensure that there's a workforce that is job ready. And if I look at the conversations that we have with multiple business organizations, it's always with that lens of how do we make sure we have the workforce that is prepared and ready for not only the jobs that I have today, but the jobs that will evolve in the future. So no one is saying this job's going to go away today and we're going to have a different job tomorrow. There's an evolution, and I think sometimes we miss that in the conversation, that things aren't going to go from, zero to
100 really
zero
quick.
to 100. There's an evolution process. So that means there's a different type of mindset when you're looking at the workforce and who's coming in and job readiness. And I heard a little bit about the conversation earlier in the earlier panel talking about soft skills and what does that mean? To some of the employers that I talk to, it means things like flexibility, adaptability, the ability to be analytical in your work and in your thinking. So I think from a business perspective, there's definitely employers that are looking to solve that challenge for them of how do they find a workforce that is ready for the jobs that they have or the jobs that will evolve within their organizations.
Okay, thank you. Oop, are we doing a mic change? See if that one works.
Yes, does this work?
All right, we'll get it on in just a sec. Okay. Shani, what about you? What do you think are some big problem we're trying to solve here within your organization?
So I think we're trying to solve similar problems, probably just coming at a different perspective. And you all heard this earlier today, right? There was a lot of talk about the problem we're trying to solve from community college systems and our state level is the issue of economic mobility, making sure that our students are work and world ready, because we are the 5th largest economy in the world. And then also preparing them for the future work. To do that, I mean, that's a big problem there. It requires a lot of different thinking, requires us to do things differently, come at things differently, which is why you're seeing a lot of the changes going on at the state level, and one of the things that we're trying to get at is, as you see these changes come down, you've seen the student-centered funding formula, right? That's trying to fundamentally change the way we think about butts and seats versus chasing impact, right? We're at a point in time where we're moving from inputs, which is just certain set of activities and checking boxes, to impact. How are we really affecting students and how they enter the workforce and how they continue to be ready and adaptable and continue on their journey in their careers, how we partner with industry and how we talk about the career paths and having students become lifelong learners, right, which changes the way our system operates. And so I'll just stop there.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, because when I think about, ultimately there's a unified thread here, right? We're all on the same page that this is really the problem we're trying to solve. But I think that really for me and for others that were on the panel, what truly keeps me awake at night, to be quite frank with you, is the agility and the flexibility that we have to respond, right? And so we know that there's a supply and demand, yet our systems don't allow us to be that flexible and that agile to be responsive. Having said that, I would assume that both of you agree, yes. That our response time is like, but we have to really try our best to start simplifying our systems and getting our systems to talk to employers, academia, and policy, that we're all together. But would you say that perhaps maybe how we as a state are funding appropriately to appropriate outcomes? Should we really re-examine and take a look at what we are funding and what we're not? Or is it taking a look at how do we incentivize businesses? How are we getting them to be more engaged? How do we get them to be aware that talent is really here? How do we get them to open their doors so that our faculty and that our staff can go in and really study high-performing companies and bring it back to the community college. For me, you know, that I think is where rubber meets the road, and we can start making some real beautiful impacts. But tell me a little bit about how we get that machine going. How do we start incentivizing? What will it take?
I think it's a combination of all of that you just mentioned. It can't be one-sided. I think, for example, in my role with the Chamber, we work closely with the community colleges within the LA area and, you know, have very close connection with the type of programs. In LA, the chancellor has come to visit to say, you know, here are all the certification programs that we have at the community colleges that, you know, are specific to industries. We need to have that conversation on a broader scale, on a bigger scale. But I consider the community colleges as a partner with the Chamber. Because if we have businesses that are trying to understand, you know, where do we find talent, or where do we go to ensure their certification programs or what have you, if we're not connecting them to the community colleges, then we're missing out on the talent that is here, to what you just said.
Yeah.
And, you know, to take it one step further, you know, what keeps me up at night, because we are the 5th largest economy in the world, and in Southern California, depending on who you talk to, we're about the 14th largest. We have to have complete participation of all our members. You know, students, adults that are in the educational system. And, you know, shame on us if we can't figure that out to ensure that we have that full participation. I think for the Chamber to be able to lead on in bringing those businesses to the table to understand where they can connect, and then maybe for the state governments to offer those incentives and for us to know where we can tap into things, I think that's important as well. So I kind of see it as a combination, you know, in a collaborative way of addressing it from all different angles.
Yep, thank you.
I kind of want to acknowledge, so I do want to acknowledge that our system is underfunded. We all agree on that. At the same time, though, our system is at a level of unprecedented funding with some really recent investments, huge investments that have been made into our system. And if you think about the investment that's been being made, it's to help us work differently, be more nimble, and be more responsive. What keeps me up at night is how do we maintain that relevancy?
Yes.
And also, as community colleges, we have incredible power and assets that we're not activating and utilizing. I mean, community colleges, think about it. You know, I think Marty mentioned that earlier in the panel, that we are one of the largest employers in our communities. We also are, you know, very integrated into the fabric of our communities. And preparing students for those jobs, requiring us to work very differently with employers and to look at how career pathways inform the education pathways, which is what a lot of the panelists talked about, starting first with industry. At the same time, we have this incredible power I don't think that we've harnessed. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about.
Yes, please.
So if you're talking about the future of work, one facet of it, it's not all technology, but one facet of it is technology. And you cannot discount what artificial intelligence is doing in how it's changing the way we live and how it's changing our jobs. And it's just changing a lot of things, how healthcare works, how we cure cancer, how we change transportation patterns. I mean, you can go on, right? And even in our daily lives. The challenge with that, though, if you think about it, right, the technology is incredibly powerful. There is a huge discussion about the ethics of AI and where the power sits with AI, right? Yeah. You have a situation now where data is more valuable than oil. But if you think about the big tech companies that control AI, and how they're designing everyday applications for the users. And that workforce is not diverse. They haven't been able to move the needle. And you have this group of engineers that are designing for a user base that's incredibly diverse. And you've got, we've heard about the audits that were done on facial recognition, where there's really an issue where white faces are better recognized than people of color. Why is that, right? Those are all issues that we haven't addressed. But think about it as community colleges. We have the most diverse student body. We have the ability, if we choose to really focus our energies and effort, to produce and solve the tech worker shortage. And if we begin to remove that barrier and put out incredible IT workforce to populate all of those positions, the engineers, the social scientists, and all of these different individuals in all these tech companies that design, these are gatekeepers. They're designing applications, they're designing usage of data and interpretation and analytics that impact our lives, but there's not enough racial literacy in that workforce population. So, and if you think about the population of our students, we have the ability to really change that. I think part of the challenge we have is how do we organize ourselves, right? And how do we, sometimes we get very attached to our processes and our bureaucracy and our politics. Yes. And so we can't get beyond that. Yes. But fundamentally, what I worry about is it's one of those things where, we're experiencing now with this incredible, the changes in climate and all the wildfires, right? Yeah. And the talk years ago about climate change and all of that, and people not believing it, and then you live it and you go, oh, maybe there is global weirding if you don't believe in global warming. But you get caught up once you live it, you begin to see, oh, geez, maybe I should have paid attention earlier. And so this is kind of one of those facets that I think about. How do we begin to change the dynamics of society? Because we have incredible power. We have the diversity of workforce, and our students are incredibly talented. Yes, they have a lot of barriers, but I think this is where these conversations are important to really bring everyone together to figure out how to support our students and be able to unleash that power.
Yes. And I'm going to jump in here because I think you're absolutely right about that in terms of the workforce that is here, specifically in the community college systems that are here. You all have heard of Silicon Beach, yes? Yep. So 10 years ago, there was no Silicon Beach, or if it was just like a dot on a map anywhere. That is a very, speaks to the emerging tech industry here in the Los Angeles area. When you think about it, those companies up in the Silicon Valley chose to relocate here in Los Angeles and built up Silicon Beach on the west side primarily, but there are hubs throughout Los Angeles. But one of the big drivers for moving from Silicon Valley down here was our workforce, was the fact that, here in the Los Angeles region, we have more colleges and universities than even in Boston, which is supposed to be a college town. So the workforce was a big driver for that. And today, to many companies that move here, it's all about the workforce. But you are right. We have to make sure that diversity of our students that are sitting here, that they have the opportunity to tap into that growing industry sector. Right. So that as those companies, grow and move this economy, that they're tapping into that workforce that's here and that they're not importing it. So I think that's why it's so important to what you're saying, that we need to make sure that we make it easy, that we have systems in place. And I think this morning you might have heard from Lindsay, who's with the Chamber, who heads up the LA Tech Talent Pipeline Program.
that's right.
And that's what we're trying to do at the Chamber, is to create a pipeline for community colleges and for students who are marginalized. They're homeless or they have some other barriers that they're trying to overcome, to ensure that they are also having those opportunities with these companies that are growing right here in Los Angeles. So, to your point that we need to make it easier and we need to tap into that, I couldn't agree more with you on that point. I think there is a way for us to work together to do that.
Right. And I think I'd also like to add that we don't have much time to make those significant changes. When we really take a look back at history, some of our largest technological leaps, we go way back into mechanization, then electrification, then computerization, and now we're into robotics and AI, speaking on Sheni's point, where society and workers really had to adapt to the company's demands, what sometimes took 50 to 100 years to get it done. Now, we're in a real time crunch here. We've got maybe about 15 years to really make this work, and we're pretty far in it. So I think the question comes now is, how do we bridge that divide, right? How do we bridge that divide between industry and us? Is it more conversation? Is it making some radical changes? If so, what are those radical changes? Let's explore that just a little bit. And do we see any other models out there that work in other states that we're seeing that perhaps we can tap into?
From my perspective, I think what's important is the collaboration that needs to happen, a stronger collaboration between business and the educational sector. I think it's there in bits and pieces, and but we're talking, millions of students here. Right. So I think, having the model that, a lot of times in business, we talk about doing a public-private partnerships, right? That's a way that you can bring different views together, different projects together. I think we should use that same type of model on something like this. Let's bring education and business together in a way that hasn't been done before. Or if there are models out there, I can tell you that at the Chamber, we do have certain relationships with community colleges that are tied to specific businesses, specific industries, healthcare being one of them. How do we take that model and scale it?
Yeah. And I think a lot of the work that both of you are aware of, Center for Competitive Workforce that was mentioned by Jessica Kim in our previous panel, really that committee was designed to understand the current state of work. We talked about, Marty did a great job in talking about market share. And one of the studies that we did was called a Crossroads Report, and it really kind of basically gave a SWOT analysis of our market share and our community colleges and what are our opportunities and threats. And I share this with you because it really talked about professional development as a bridging gap. It talked about us getting into the employer's workplace, not waiting for the employer to come to us. And yes, we engage the employer to come on to campus and really influence curricula, but it was really about us being in their arena and studying high-performing companies that are really moving the mark here. Do you think that that's feasible from a community college's perspective, and then from a business perspective? Do they even care? Do business owners even care to be a part of that movement, part of this shift of solving this problem?
From a community college perspective, I think we have to learn a different language.
Yes.
We absolutely have to learn a different language. I've spent a lot of time working with entrepreneurs through with the Small Business Development Center programs and the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses program, and all of those entrepreneurs have workforce needs just like the big corporations, right? And this is a fastest job creation sector for our economy. And also small businesses are a big chunk of our businesses out there. And I think I'm biased in some ways. Emil, you're talking about models, right? Brad Feld, who wrote Startup Communities a number of years ago, and if you look at the entrepreneurial ecosystem and building that ecosystem, it's about being very inclusive, and it's about paying it forward. It's about everybody coming together, and whoever wants to contribute are allowed, at the table to contribute. And it's about just having a different mindset from what we're used to, because it's also a mindset that's very useful for our students, the entrepreneur mindset. All of the soft skills that employers want, right? To have an employees, if you sort of crosswalk that with the traits of entrepreneurs, a lot of them are very, very similar.
Yes.
And so how do we blend these experiences and these conversations, and how do we invite our entrepreneurs into our colleges to help us solve these problems? Because entrepreneurs love to solve problems, right? They're very good at solving problems. And how do we challenge ourselves and figure out how we can solve problems differently? And that's really at the core of it is our students, right? And I think it's imperative for me because of the market share problem, right? Marty and I worry about, will our colleges become irrelevant? And I look at all these large corporations when they start their own universities or they partner with educational institutions. It's not our community colleges, it's private universities, and that makes me mad. It's like, why is that? How do we change that? Why aren't they coming to us?
Yes.
So I asked the question of how do we be very clear about showing our value to the business community? We have incredible value to offer. How do we do that? And it may include learning how to speak their language and understand their language and be multilingual.
Would you also say it's like making it easier for them to engage? Sometimes I feel like there's so many different areas where an employer doesn't even know where to start the conversation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, from a business community standpoint, I think there is a lot of conversation around this topic that the community colleges are serving up. You're serving up their labor, right? Their future workforce, whether it's in a year or two, 5 years. So there is a tremendous amount of focus on that. I think you will find, large organizations who, maybe don't see where, or maybe they see a gap and they try to fill it themselves, right? By trying to create their own programs within their own organizations. I know the airport does that. I know that Metro does that. So, but it doesn't mean that they're doing that, excluding community. And community to me also means the community college systems. And, if there was something that we could do to strengthen that relationship, I think businesses are very open to that. And I think that the value of a community college is recognized. And maybe what's not being done is we don't have a good mechanism for there to be a connection. Or maybe like what you said, maybe making it easy to do that. But I'm a big believer in the community college system, and I would be the first one to say, how can we help at the chamber to make sure that those connections are happening?
Yeah. Shane, did you want to add something to that?
Taking sort of something from the business playbook is, the whole customer service issue.
Yes.
How do we do our own flavor of customer service, right? Ultimately, our students are our customers because we're trying to put them in jobs in the companies. So in some ways, indirectly, the companies are customers, but really it's our students, How do we build these partnerships that really benefit our students, that can give them the work-based learning, experience that they need, and building these networks, right? Ultimately, it's about these networks, and these networks have to be at scale because it can't just be a few students benefiting from internships. It has to be all students being able to experience, you know, the hands-on learning to be able to choose and make sure that they're in the right careers that they would be interested in continuing, you know, in their lifetime.
Right, right. Shifting,
I think you had a question.
oh, do we have a question out in the audience?
I thought someone asked a question.
Yes.
Called Farmers University, where they take the people who want a career and they train them. Because oftentimes with community colleges, if I call you, I have to wait. I mean, because of cutbacks, it's a lot of ingredients that fall into this category. But we have cutbacks, so when I call you on the phone, then I get transferred to her, and then to her, and I don't get the results that I want instantly, because customer service will always be customer service. So everything is competitive now. So with that being said, it's going to be more challenging. And I think that perhaps maybe we could work with small businesses or whatever and do internships with that, you know, with the community in order for us to keep, because a lot of companies are doing that. It's Nestle's University, Sharon University, whatever. And then they get write-offs too, so it's very competitive. And so, but like Ms. Weber's value, that's it. We got to get to the value and stick to that, though. And thanks a lot, ladies. I really appreciate what you're saying.
Thank you. JB, you have a question back there?
This gentleman right here.
Right here. I'm sorry. He was first, and then JB.
Question that I have, both for Maria and Shanil, is you raised the question of how we can basically connect community colleges with industry, and I guess that's also the goal of Chamber of Commerce, as you mentioned at the beginning of your remarks, that you would like to provide for industry the workforce that they need. So what initiative or what processes are there already in place to answer to that need, or is it an unmet need that you are trying to figure out to basically make this bridge to close this gap? Let me give you an example. Just this past Friday, I visited SpaceX. So I guess that's part of the Silicon Beach here. And it was interesting to me when we visited the machining part of SpaceX, they were doing composite machining. And that's the skill that is not taught by several community colleges in this area, not taught, okay? So apparently there is a need by SpaceX, or similarly in other industries, whether it is green energy or 3D printing or whatever. So there is this need that they want, and SpaceX mentioned that they need around 170 machinists capable of composite machining there. So this is an unanswered need, unmet need. So what your organizations, Chancellor's Office and Chamber of Commerce do to basically convey this need from the industry to the community colleges to have the curricula that responds to this need?
And I guess from the Chamber's perspective, I mean, there's a slew of things going on. One is we have a whole center dedicated to education and workforce, and there's several initiatives going on there. You know, healthcare is probably the best example in connecting specifically with programs at community colleges that lead to internships and that that allow us to connect with our members in that industry sector. That's one avenue. The whole tech talent pipeline, that is about the whole tech industry and how do we tap into the community college students to make sure that they're part of that pipeline of those growing jobs. My want would be to be able to scale programs like that. Back to what we were talking about, what is a model that we have that is proven, that has worked, and how can we scale that? Because there are gaps, and to be able to then provide information to businesses that they know you can go here and be part of a broader network, that's definitely something that I think we could do on a bigger scale at the Chamber.
So something like that is a great opportunity, right? What it takes is, going back to what Marty said about cross-sector leaders to come together to solve that particular need. I'm very big on earn and learn programs. In the trades, they call it apprenticeship. That is a model that has been successful around the world. It also is a model that really works for our students because a lot of our students can't go to school full-time, right? And they need to put food on the table. So how can we work and partner with industry to figure out, there's a demand, there's a need for jobs, what are they willing to put on the table? How do we craft an earn and learn model? The Strong Workforce Program funding was designed to allow colleges to be able to respond to this kind of employer needs. We also have apprenticeship funding that comes out that we are encouraging using that model to apply in non-traditional industries. So like IT, in healthcare, maybe even in teacher training, which is an earn and learn model that will hopefully be able to bring in more individuals and provide more opportunities.
Thank you, JB, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My question, Ms. Weber, we're always talking about, creating ways and that the students are our customers. How many of these students are sitting around the planning table when colleges are making plans for their future, looking which employers to engage? Because we seem, what we do is that we dictate what we think. Like I have children, and I think I know what they should be doing until they became teenagers, and in college that I realized I have to take their opinion, right? So with the students, how many of these decisions or how many of these organizational ideas and planning, have the students sitting around the table helping, the administrations on ways to get engaged, whether with other programs or with the employers?
That is an excellent point. I know that in a lot of our colleges, students are engaged in the planning process. And sometimes that's a challenge, right? I mean, you have students even and sitting on and hiring committees for faculty or dean positions. I know at Long Beach we have that, and they're part of the planning process in all of those planning committees that the colleges have. So that's part of the process we have students that are on the trustees, that sits on the board of trustees. And that's the student voice that's important. At the state level, we do have the student senate representatives, and they're beginning to realize how powerful their voice is, and they're beginning to organize, and they are asking to be for a seat at the table, which I think is a really, really important and wonderful thing that's happening, right? The students have to also be engaged in that process. And so those are conversations that we all should be having, and we're starting. We need more of it, that's for sure. And students have a lot of opinions, definitely.
Yes, they sure do. Okay, yes.
Hello? Okay, much better. So if you tell me today that you need something in industry, it takes me 2 years to get something approved through the chancellor's office and through the system that we have. And then it's going to take me another 2 to 5 years to train my students. So we're talking about 7 years down the road, and that's the best scenario. So if the industry wants something today, we need, first of all, to hear that 3 years ago. Second of all is, how do we make this process so long? Can we make it shorter? So we need this gap to be much smaller. I think that's the reason that the industry said, okay, I need 175 people over here. You guys are not going to give me this to me till 4 years, 5 years from now. I'm better off to go create it my own.
So I actually have good news for you, I think, on that point.
Yay.
So, you know, our community colleges, our campuses are incredibly diverse. There is a group of folks called workforce development people on your campuses. I think that you know, oftentimes these folks are not really well, they're not very visible in the college, because so much of the work really is, you know, faculty driven and looking at these programs that we deliver in a long-term basis. But you have these workforce development folks that actually are very responsive, and they're very nimble, and they work with industry. They design curriculum. It's not curriculum, it's really training, right? Because industry wanted it yesterday. They want it in 4 weeks. They can't do the 16-week model. And so what I would encourage you to do is find these folks and work with them. I would take the 170 jobs that they're looking for and go work with the workforce folks and have them come up with stand-up training. They can do that in probably a couple months, and working with industry side by side, designing the skills requirement. And it's really, really important for faculty to be at the table doing that process, because you start with training, right? And then you begin to take that content and the skills requirement and turn that into your credit program, because that's long-term sustainability. And with that partnership, you can really be responsive to employers. You can get training going so they feel like they're being served. In the meantime, you're working through our crazy 2-year process, which we're working on. We're going to streamline that. And also begin to sort of build this partnership that for me, what success really looks like is at the end of it, they are there, the industry is there every single semester waiting to hire your students. That is success, right?
That's right. Sounds like we're going to be working together. We have a question here and then here.
Well, not a question, but just a suggestion.
Yes.
I worked in industry, and we identified a need and had to put together a training program. And it literally took less than a month to put together the training program and 6 weeks to start the execution of it. We can't do that in the community college system. Is it possible to put together a rapid reaction mechanism or team so that when he comes in and says they need 179 or 175 machinists, that can be very quickly documented, verified with the employer, and some kind of a cooperative deal made. For instance, they need special machinery to train on. And say to the employer, okay, if you'll provide the machinery and be involved in the selection of the students, because this is a very specialized area, you know, we will go ahead and fast track the approval to get this all done and ready to go in a very short period of time. They can do that in the private colleges, and that's why they go there. But is that something we could possibly do?
I'm just actually curious, what I just talked about, who's already doing that? I know you are. I know Pasadena's doing that. I know San Diego. Yes, I know you guys are doing that. You have this cracked rapid response team on your campuses. I think the secret is to find them.
We've been doing that for years in Los Angeles. Hire
bus operator, so when you mentioned it, I think the challenge we have is a lot of us are doing the work, a lot of faculty are dedicated to doing the work. We're not good at marketing or promoting what we're actually doing. So that work is being done. There are workforce development entities on each campus that can respond to the need. There's been flexible funding to meet the needs, and you institutionalize it in non-credit or credit formats or leverage that way. With Wendy, we've done it in biotech, working directly with industry partners. And as you mentioned, even in advanced manufacturing, even though people said that's declining, we have trainings and we'll have 20 people graduate and 15 employers there to hire them. So it is being done. We don't do a good job marketing and promoting what we do.
Thank you. James.
Let's give it up for our staff. Yay, staff.
Yay,
Come on. That's good. Okay, now it's my turn. I'm actually a singer and performer, and I'm performing on Friday night, actually. I am. I'm a singer. But we're not going to get to it. What I want Oakley to know, I really want Chancellor Oakley to know this, because I know him. He was at Long Beach City College. I know the man. He needs to understand, and I get it, he runs a huge system, but he works from the top bottom. He needs to pull faculty together, business partners, individuals in this room, students, and let us tell him what we need. We don't need him telling us, do a Pathways program, do this, without even asking us, without even calling at least me to the table. Trust me, he doesn't want me there. But what I'm saying that he needs to know, Mr. Oakley, is that he needs to continue to hear from the bottom up, because we've been doing wonderful work a lot of times, and he can probably take a lot of credit for it if he allows us. So he needs to understand, and then I'll sit down after this, that call upon us to advise him instead of reverse. And I get it, he has a big system to run. I'm proud that he's a brown man up there, the first Latino chancellor we've ever had. That's fantastic, but he still needs to hear from us. Thank you.
I would say, if I may step in, I would say that it falls on our community colleges to really talk about our successes and talk about the work that we're doing. So yes, although we would like, to your sentiments, Chancellor Oakley to involve us more, but it's also our duty and our responsibility to share the successes of our community colleges at a local level and share that message up. Because there's so much work that's being done, even within the biotech space, there's so many spaces.
Policy decision-making that's coming out of Chancellor. I mean, I'm speaking directly to the Vice Chancellor, with all due respect. He needs to know, he's great, but he can get a lot of good advice from us. And I
Yes.
But I know you communicate that, so it's probably important.
And I also, you would like to share that he does have, every year, he does have a schedule of listening tours where he visits the community colleges. And I have accompanied him on one of those, and I know Marty has on one of those as well, or a couple of those. And I know that he visits at least 6 community colleges or more every year, and it's just a continuing listening tour that he does. And I would encourage you, if to look at that schedule and go talk to him, because when he does these, he spends an entire day at a college from morning to evening, and there's multiple sessions. We do tours, and then we have sessions with faculty, we have sessions with administrators, and we have sessions with students, and that's all he does is he's listening. So if you can participate in one of those, I would encourage you to join that.
Thank you. And just to we're going to wrap up here in just a minute. And so before we leave, ladies, what would you say, where do we go from here? How do we continue the dialogue? Right? So much. You have one more question? Sure, real quick.
I'm Lillian Conroe. I work with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, also known as GoBiz. And working with small businesses like Valley College says, they don't know about the workforce. I'm educating them, letting them know about these tools out there. And like Marty says, you got to work as partners and stop saying this is mine. So my suggestion is to all the workforce boards, start doing open houses. All these small business people are your neighbors. Do an open house, invite them in, Tell them about the workforce. I'm out there telling them about the workforce with the tools they have, how they can help you with the training, especially small businesses that are losing employees or having to steal employees in different industries. So I would like to see it. I don't know all the workforce boards. I didn't even know a lot of colleges even have them. Be more visible, to get out there to the small businesses. And that's my suggestion to the workforce. Like Valley College says, they don't know. I don't know unless I'm at a retention meeting or asked to come in and help save a business. So my suggestion is encourage your workforce to do more open houses to the small business community and educate them about the resources that you have out there.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good point. So on that note, how do we continue? How do we continue the momentum? How do we continue the dialogue?
Well, I love your suggestions. I think from
And so that takes a long time. Once, effective January, other things are going to happen. But I like her suggestion because people don't know the word. But however, if we do something out of line, it's not the right protocol. So we need to work on how we're able to do that. Because Sacramento, we go way over here. The city has to ask her that she doesn't know what's going on and wait for her to review that. So, but we're working in the right direction. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Everything's going to happen, and by us talking, and we should have another Future to Work seminar as soon as possible so people can know what we need to do, and we can discuss our success story as well as what we want to happen for all of us in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think building on that, I mean, you're talking about connections, about collaborations. I mean, I'm here representing the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, but Bill Manis is here, who's in the San Gabriel Valley, also representing business here. And I think, those are important relationships and connections for all of us to have. I think the collaboration and moving forward in that manner is important. At the Chamber, we will be launching an Education and Job Readiness Committee. And in fact, the Chancellor Francisco Rodriguez is on my committee, and I love when I speak to him because he says, "You're my partner." I'm like, "I'm your partner too," because I know that we need to be connected. So those type of activities, need to grow, need to address a lot of these issues that we're talking about here.
Great. Thank you. Final thoughts, Shani?
So I encourage you, there are lots of models out there that works. This is a room full of very smart people. I encourage you to try. Just test, test something, do something, test it, learn from it. Don't be afraid to make errors. Because if you were to try something and you learn something from it, this is what Marty was talking about earlier in the panel. We all need to become, this is a learning institution. We all need to be learners as well. And we need to help each other learn. So if you try something and it works really well, tell me about it. If you try something that absolutely bomb, tell me about it, because I want to learn from that, right? If you can save me a year's worth of time by teaching me about a failure and why it failed, you can save me a year's worth of time from going down that road. So that's the kind of learning. We have to be honest and have those conversations as well, because I think we only are willing to talk about our successes, but the failures or the things that don't work are just as important.
That's right.
Learning from us, for us.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us. I really, give them a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. This concludes our Future of Work conference. Thank you for making our first one great, by the way. Thank you. And before y'all leave, I just want to make some quick acknowledgments. First, thanks for hanging out for the whole day. You guys are champions for sure. Secondly, wanted to thank Bill Manis, San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. Bill, thank you so much for being a part of this and being our partner. A special thank you to my team, our Director of Operations, Leslie Thompson, alongside with Jesse Torres, our advisor. Really, they did all the heavy lift on this, and if it wasn't for them, we couldn't have gotten it done for sure. And of course, thank you to our Freeman Center team. Can I see the Freeman Center team? Raise your hands. The Freeman Center is our newest mechanism on to engage with employers and really kind of start bridging that gap between talent and opportunity and having a streamlined approach on how we talk to business, that making it easy. The Freeman Center was truly designed to do that. So thank you very much to the team. Thank you, vendors. Thank you, NSA. Thank you to the AV team. Thank you. Drive safe, and let's continue this conversation.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Two last things, please. If we can trouble you to leave your badges on the table, we'll collect them. We're trying to be environmentally friendly. And the same thing with the trash. I know the boxes are kind of bulky, so we'll clean all that up. So just